himself a crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Hi.
Who does the open for this?
Man, do you just not listen to our station anymore?
I do, but I don't pay attention to the Actually, in the summer, I take some time off. But yes, I don't know. I don't.
This
pay
is the
attention to who
crossover
brings it.
powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha and EverlevelConcrete.com. It's you. It's the Connor Happer Show still.
Is it?
Yes.
When does one show end and one begin?
I mean, it's still
After
your
this segment?
yeah.
Because you have your producer in now, not mine.
Yeah.
So I thought maybe this means you take it over.
Connor has typically done the read because it's in my
like Gary
way
before him.
Well, I don't know why you would
Nick
tell
Bob
me.
before him.
I don't know why you wouldn't just tell
Jim
me the
Rome
rules.
before him.
I think
Just assume I know that.
Well, I was distracted because for some reason the headphone amp wasn't working.
Uh-oh, is it okay now?
No, it's fine now.
Okay, good.
But when it first started, I couldn't hear anything. I was like, what's going on?
All of a sudden, it was just this awkward silence.
And
And
it
I
was
was like,
just
well,
silence.
I guess I got to say something here because these guys who work here all the time are just going to leave me on an island, sound like an idiot.
This
So,
could be,
there you go.
the director of audio, the director of video. Maybe they could do a better job at letting the fill-ins know you are the leader of the crossover. Sorry, Nick, don't mean to throw you under the bus. But I thought Jack listened to our station, and so I thought he would know
also,
the
this
bits.
isn't the first time you've done the crossover.
Yeah. He didn't even know what...
From Connor's, I've done the crossover, but never from Connor's perspective.
Interesting.
So I don't pay, I have been, when other people have been here, listen, there's so much radio. I've done 7 hours of radio today. I don't know. Up is up and down is down. I don't know anything.
No, that's right.
now. So.
Yeah, you actually
Up
were
is
correct
up.
on that.
Oh, is that okay? I
Yeah,
got
up
that right.
is indeed
So,
up.
Going back to Jack's initial question, I think we figured out that after the top of the hours, when it goes from the Happer Show to the Grum,
So
if
now
we
it's
start-
unsportsmanlike conduct?
But if we start at a normal time, then it's more of a lead up.
Oh, are you being critical of Jack again, Nick?
Again, I thought once the producer comes in, I thought that show has control of the board, essentially, right?
Nick was being critical of your clock management
Yeah.
of the end of your show.
Yeah, again,
I walked over to the hallway and Nick was like, the look on his face was, wow, this a-hole is going like 10 minutes past what he's supposed to.
once again, didn't know. Okay?
Hey, don't.
So
I'm not mad.
One of the let's just let me I'm a sign anything, stop, quit talking.
I was
you
fine.
know,
I was fine.
whatever.
I was fine.
Yeah, we were doing stuff back there. It's
Yeah.
good.
I didn't know.
Yeah, we were working
You
hard.
were in a rhythm. You were going.
You just
I
kept
was. I
singing
actually
songs.
wasn't. I thought I had to go to the top of the hour, so I was filling.
My what my takeaway was, Jack, as I was listening to the end of your show was, is this how the rest of the office thinks of us? Because man, you are loud, which I know we are too. But I could hear you. You're doing all the themes, and I'm hearing them over there in the pulpit.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, you didn't hear him at all? Yeah, he was doing.
Don't
And then
do
he-
Christmas
I liked
stuff.
when you got
That's the NFL on Foxy makes me think of Sleigh Ride.
I liked when you got to the CBS and you're like, I don't even remember what that theme is. It's overrated at number 2, the basketball one.
It's overrated at number 2.
I couldn't think of it. I mean, I heard it a million. That's the thing. Is
Well, that's understandable. A Husker fan would not know what.
Oh, here comes the basketball
Dang.
trash talk.
Dang, that actually was decently
That was
good.
very
That was
good.
actually fairly
You
good.
don't like.
Yeah, I know it now.
Really?
It just.
You don't
It's
like
not that I
one?
don't like it. It was just that it didn't pop to my mind. I had to think for
Oh,
a
you had to
second.
think, okay.
The other ones, I mean, like I saw the CBS college football one, and right away,
Yeah, Monday Night Football.
Monday Night Football,
Bum,
right
bum,
away.
bum.
Sunday Night Football, right away.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Even NHL, the ESPN NHL hockey one. Yes. Baseball tonight.
It just sounded
do
like
it right
the
away.
Terminator thing.
Yep. Yeah, all of them. So there you go. But I didn't want to play them all because I thought your YouTube feed might have got censored or taken down or something. So I didn't.
Oh, that's a good
So you
question.
just got me humming them instead, which
Oh.
I'm sure everyone liked better.
It was a good radio bit.
Why don't I just tell you the song that I'm
Tell
talking
you the
about?
song, yeah.
Nice.
Yes.
I appreciate you
Oh, man.
concerned about the monetization and the
I
content.
was concerned about I was
not the content
yes.
filters.
I was very concerned.
Thank you.
Concerned about all of that. So
Hmm.
anyway,
Yeah, you could tell he was very concerned. Very
Yeah.
concerned.
we had a good time today.
Good.
I got
Glad you
I got to hear. I have now heard from. I think I've got everyone's take on the Saturday night practice, and it was almost as if I did go there,
Oh, that's perfect.
which is very nice. So
I was a little disappointed. The crowd noise. There was no crowd noise because we were at the Salt Dogs game,
Oh, were you?
and I didn't. I mean, the only there was lights on in the stadium, but there's always lights on in the stadium.
Sure.
I would love to invest in Nebraska's power bill because there's always, every time I drive by there, and this has kind of become my new way to go home, because if you hit the lights just right going downtown, you just breeze right through, right? So I've been using I-180 to come home, and it amazes me. The scoreboard's always turned on.
Yeah.
The lights are always turned on. It's like, and I know they're not practicing, but man, they're just constantly using that place.
I used to always drive by, in previous years, you'd drive by when they had the lights on or highlights on the video, and I always used to say, oh, must have a recruit in town.
Yeah.
Like every single time. Now I'm always saying that, and we're like, well, it's just
I don't
it's
know
not really
what,
that
I don't
time
know what
of
they're
year.
doing, but I mean,
must have a big recruit in town.
It's like
Maybe
that
a secret 5-star.
Must be an
in town.
1890 practice in town.
yeah. But I'm sitting there, at the Salt Dogs game. It's like, I'm not hearing the crowd.
Yeah.
Where's the Go Big Red chance? Where's the Husker Power chance?
But you realize this
Where's
is
the Come
Husker
a Running Boys?
That's true.
Now, that would have been awesome if
That
they would have cranked
would've
that
been
up.
very
By
exciting.
the way, is this mic on? Sounds like there's echoing.
No, it's on.
You
Oh,
definitely,
it is.
it definitely doesn't sound as loud as mine and his.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm messing with it.
Okay.
You're
I'm
fine.
just curious. Anyway, go
What
ahead.
I was going to say is, okay, so they had, some success with this, right? They raised, back in the napkin math, $90,000
Sure.
on this whole thing. That's not nothing. And there wasn't a lot
It's
of overhead.
$90,000 more dollars than they had
Right.
2 days
I was
ago.
going to say, it's not like there was a lot of overhead to being able to do that.
A practice and turning on the concessions,
And-
right? They had concessions.
I
yeah.
don't know if they did they?
I thought that I heard that they did. That they sold. I
I
thought
don't
Mitch
know. I
Sherman
wasn't
said
there.
that somewhere.
I'd be
That was
surprised.
the one
But
thing I
anyway.
didn't learn. But and they got a whole bunch of new people on their donor lists too, on their email lists and everything else as well.
That's a reminder. Sign up today, 1620 the email.
Oh,
Anyway, go
So
Good
my
call,
question
John.
is, they're going to keep trying to create experiences, right? Like this,
Of course.
to try and get that are to bring in, quote, small dollar donors to pay for experience. They've got 2 tools to be able to do that. They've now have the alliance with the athletic department itself, so they can do things like throw a practice watching party,
Mhm.
and they have arrangements with the athletes themselves as well. So it just makes me wonder if they got creative, and I assume they will at some point, and maybe there are collectives that are doing this already. Like, what is next for the next fundraising experience?
Well, I was trying to figure out. I think there's a point of diminishing returns with practices
Yes,
because
one a year maybe.
you're not gonna do a whole lot of them in the fall because you're leading up to the season. And then I was thinking about this with the spring. Could you do it in the spring? You could, but then you're charging more for a practice in the spring than you are for the
Good
spring
point.
game, which actually looks like more like football,
Right,
right?
Like an
There's-
actual game.
Like there's full tackling.
I've never heard you say that before. That's amazing.
Well,
Praising the spring game and its competitiveness.
I'm not. Yeah, very competitive.
He's a new man.
It's very exciting. But anyway, seriously, I don't think you can.
Yeah, that's what
So
I
I
think.
don't-
You're going to have
so-
to get creative to keep doing things like this.
Yeah, the only other thing I could think of is, big recruiting weekends. Obviously, there's now. I don't know what the rule says about, because remember Friday Night Lights was a thing that people showed up to a few years ago. Can you charge for something like that if it's a camp and it's
Ooh,
recruiting?
good question, John. Yeah, that might
Man,
be.
If you only get 3,500 at practice, though, I mean,
Well,
man,
I think
I don't know.
I think the 3,500. Listen, are you gonna sell the place out? Of course not. But
I'm just saying,
So
if you're
you-
trying to get them to come to a Friday night where it's not even the current players and it's recruits, I
Yeah.
mean, you're not going to have a ton of interest.
well,
in
it
that.
depends. It depends on, like, let's say you had a bunch of 5 stars coming, and you know how Nebraska fans want to think that you can help recruit. I don't know. I'm just spitballing ideas here.
I
but-
bet if they do this again next training camp, which they will, I bet that it's a larger number than 3,500. Because now people know what the event is. They also turned off the faucet on selling tickets and then turned it back on. Like, did you guys see that?
Yeah.
So they turned it off on Friday, then they turned it back on Saturday because apparently there was demand. I bet that if they did it next year, I bet they double the number.
People who went that I talked to seem to have enjoyed it.
Yeah, because it was a fairly normal practice.
I do think, though, it would have helped if they could have done it when it was a full padded practice.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But again, if you're Matt Rule, you're wanting to control as much of the information as you possibly can because you don't want stuff getting out. So, I think it has to be an earlier season practice because obviously the closer you get to game week, You don't want
Right.
to be giving away state secrets.
But you also want to have a little bit of like the look and feel of football with pads and helmets on,
Right,
like rather than
right.
just you know
Yes.
helmets only. Because like you remember, John, it was one of the Mike Riley years. I think it might have been his last one when you and I went down to an open practice on like a Wednesday or Thursday morning, and we got there and we realized, oh, it's just helmets. This is a waste of time.
Yeah.
And especially for me, I drove all the way there and then I got to go all the way back. So giving the fans at least something that resembles football, even if they're not tackling all the way. To the
But
ground.
that's the balance when you're going to do these football type experiences the whole time. Where are you going to feel like you've encroached on the amount of information
and not wasting a practice.
Right. And that sort of thing, but still get enough people. But you've got to have a big number of people interested in because the model on this is it's small dollar donors essentially who are willing to pay maybe a little bit more, but they're definitely getting something in return for that.
Yeah.
Doc texts in. He says we were told there were going to be 10 to 15,000 people at the practice last Saturday. Is that are people like sad by the attendance? Like I picked 10, but you said like 2,500.
Yeah, I always thought was going to be 5,000 ish
because it's not. I mean, certainly they overshot 2,500, but it's one of those things where the first time you do it, I think if there's an opportunity, to let this breathe a little bit and you ramp it up, it's not like they were selling out stadiums for WrestleMania in the first one, right? So you gotta, not that this was a huge deal, but I do think it was kind of a short lead up. Now next year, with enough advanced time to really dial in what it is you want to do, certainly the prospects of the team. The team goes out and wins 8 or 9 games this year. There's going to be even a lot, and Dylan has a great season, and
then people will really want to support it.
People will really want to see it, because the team will be better theoretically. So I wouldn't look at 3,500 and say, well, that's an absolute failure. No, when you consider we've only known about this for a couple 3 weeks.
Yeah, they announced it pretty late in the process, all things considered.
And then there was a little bit of the confusion about how the ticket sales were going to be done.
Yep.
The weather was obviously very hot. There's a lot of different things at play here. But yeah, I wouldn't throw out the idea. I think it's a good idea. I mean, look at all the people that go down to Kansas City or go down to St. Joe every week to watch training
100%.
camp. I mean, this is a one-time opportunity every fall that you have a chance to do this. So yeah, I think you look at something like this and it's a success, and I think it can grow from here because you'll have a whole nother year to kind of work out the kinks and go, this was a good idea, this wasn't a good idea. Hey, we should add this to the thing. We should have face painting for the kids and clowns and all the other stuff.
Well, I think Basic Daddy just said it.
Saying?
Beer, you sell beer. Once that's available as a thing,
yeah.
It's a few people like, oh, I can actually,
sure.
and sit down and enjoy a beer.
So I think
also
for
it's not 98 degrees outside.
I think for a first time rollout, and you're always going to run into that in August.
Sure,
I mean,
100%.
you can have it all the time, but for a first time rollout, yeah, it was a good idea.
I'm just trying to imagine. I mean, if I'm in that room, if I'm in 1890, I'm like, okay, what other things can we do beyond this year round with what we've got?
You don't suppose you could get a 1,000 or so people show up to Devaney for a volleyball practice?
Yeah.
Oh,
Same thing with all the sports.
I think you could.
Probably. For volleyball, for sure.
I think you could. I think there's that. There's other events you can do, autograph signings, or, you could make. I don't know I don't know how you do anything with Fan Day because that's always been a free thing, right?
Yeah.
And I don't think you want to mess with that.
Yeah.
Because it is a tradition, and that's the one time people get a chance to show up. But yeah, there's other opportunities.
At what point did they float basically a subscriber media model where, hey, we're going to get you interviews with all these players exclusively, and you can become an 1890 media subscriber, right? And be getting these throughout.
That could be.
That would be one of the next things I would think of. No interviews, just a show, interviews, shows, right? Those sorts of things where, again, people are willing to pay a little bit, knowing that it is, even if it's, and it gets a little more tricky with tax deductibility if you're getting something in value for return too. But that's almost the next thing that I would think of, is that they're going to let you, or that, we're going to sit in on Zoom, right? With Dylan Raiola, and he's going to take your questions for an hour or something like that.
That would be wild.
Yeah.
Also sounds horrible.
Yeah. No, I agree.
I wouldn't
I mean,
want to participate.
I agree,
but from our standpoint, yeah, anything that, takes away even more stuff from traditional media, that's not great for our business, but they're looking.
You just got to think of the assets that they've got, and that's one of them that they've got. Plus, they've got a contract where they can write it in.
Yeah.
Yes, they can.
So do we know so what did they raise? Back of the napkin map says
90,000.
So is that just divided by a number of players and they just split it evenly? Do we know what happened?
Well, I'm sure it just goes into the general
into the fund.
Yeah, general 1890 fund.
Mm.
I think all of this. Now, if you did something more specific to what you're talking about, where it's, exclusive access to a certain player, then that money could be probably steered more to that team or that person or that sport. But
maybe
I would guess right now what they're hoping to do now that they've put everything under one umbrella is something that will help the entire organization, not just steer it towards one sport or one athlete.
Yeah.
They're going to want to, because one of the things Nebraska's got or doesn't have that some of these other schools have is a larger donor base. It's got a decent donor base, but it's not as big as Ohio State's and it's not as big as Florida's because there's just more, there's just more people.
Yeah.
So I think right now they're looking at stuff that can help the overall greater good. And once they feel like they've maxed that part out, which I don't know if you really can, and it depends. I mean, the rules are changing on this so quickly. Who knows? Stuff like this in a couple of years might be illegal again for some stupid reason.
It's still crazy to me how little we know about these contracts. Just about what, and I know some of them have been public, but not a lot. And it just feels like the entire sort of talking industry around this feels like we don't totally understand the arrangements.
Well, because I don't think they want it out there because if it's obviously,
I agree.
Secret, but it's like if it gets public, then being able to use that stuff in negotiations positively or negatively completely goes away.
That's why the new reporting system, that's why a lot of these collectors are fighting against this. If it's more than $600, the technically the new reporting system that's going to be ushered in with this unsettlement could be a game changer and not necessarily a game changer in a positive standpoint, especially if you're a collector.
But still think how many of these contracts are out there. And we still, I mean, just all the teams, all the players that have some sort of a contract and just how little we broadly know publicly about exactly what a player is promising they'll do. Right.
Right.
And even like how do things like potential like bowl opt-outs figure into something like that? Questions like that. You have to, right? Can you voluntarily opt out of a game and still get your NIL
that's why
payment
I'm a little surprised. Creighton's playing in that deal in Las Vegas where they're paying every school $1 million for the NIL. I'm surprised we have not heard something from one of these bowl games that would
pay you to play.
That would do the same thing, right? Where it's like, hey, the Outback Bowl or the Alamo Bowl is going to pay, put $1 million into each team's NIL fund.
And dude, John, those bowls in particular, I think are good ones to start the conversation with because with the 12-team playoff, the Outback Bowl, which has been one of the better New Year's Six bowls forever, is going to take a huge hit moving forward.
Sure.
How do you make sure that teams, 16, 17, 18 in the standings actually want to be there? That is the easiest way to change the game in that regard.
Yeah.
Or are they just going to kind of punt?
Yeah. But I mean, with the best players during the opt-out era, right? You are opting out because you're investing in your NFL future, trying not to making sure you're not injured. Yep. But enough college players are making good, significant money right now. What obligation do they have to earn that money during the course of the season? And does that change the way opt-outs look like going forward, right? And getting ready for an NFL season, and do they start writing stuff like that into these contracts if they're not doing all right? And then behavior clauses, right? Like we had come up with Georgia.
Yeah.
And that whole thing where the NIL essentially becomes the branch of government, so to speak, that metes out punishment.
See, and I guess I always figured that those were in there, like that we just hadn't heard about it, but Georgia was the best example because people were starting to ask.
Apparently they have been.
I always figured that they were, that was a natural thing that you could get your money taken away,
right.
Right. Yeah, I did too. But again, we don't know. We don't know
until you see it, right? Yeah. And those aren't open. Your producer, your former now producer, Josh says far too sportsy a crossover. Please start over. And
Sorry, I've I've been off this afternoon. Too sportsy. What do you want to talk about?
It's your crossover. You tell us.
Okay, I didn't. But by the way, do I have to decide when it ends too, or do you guys do that?
No, we
How
can.
does that work?
We'll take care of it.
Yeah.
Okay, so you do that.
Yeah.
The division of labor in this relationship is
very normal.
It's wildly confusing.
That's
it's
all
like
it
an
is.
NIL contract. You don't need to know, man.
That's true.
Just let it happen.
That's true.
We'll let you know.
This whole radio station is one giant NIL contract.
Yeah, we are actually 1890. Surprise!
Surprise! You've just sold your soul.
Yep.
Sign on the dotted line.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't know. I don't know. It's my. I'll tell you this. It's my birthday on Wednesday. Thank you. It's my birthday on Wednesday.
Right.
Happy
That's
birthday.
right.
No, but it's the prelude to a story
47.
that's going to make everybody mad at me. Is that right?
You'll be 47.
74.
Oh, my bad. Thank you.
77. Yeah, you're right. How did you know that?
No.
Well, how does he know? Which weirder? I don't know, or he does know.
That is true.
I remember your 40th.
Josh loves countdowns.
Okay,
and he's
so
just
You
counting.
remember my 40th and you
Yeah.
did the
Yeah, but you
math?
still got to do the math.
Okay, take
7
it.
years. That was 2017.
Good
What?
Lord. Take it easy, Goodwill Hunting.
Yeah.
Jeez.
What game did you use as a
Why don't you
reference to
use
get
these
to this?
powers for good instead
You don't
of
want to know what I
idiocy?
used as a reference.
Yes,
to
I
this.
do. What's your reference?
Do you really
to
want to
this?
know?
Yes.
I didn't get to go to Jack's party because some stuff was happening in my personal life.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Wow.
Yeah.
There it
Yeah,
is.
How do you
Yeah.
feel about that question
Now
now?
it makes sense.
Yeah.
Nice
That's
job.
right.
Nice job, Sybil.
It was
Yeah.
when
His
my
face turned red.
it was when my song debuted.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
and Josh was not there in person for it, sadly enough.
Yeah.
You're right. Okay, wow.
Now
Josh,
you know why.
Josh
Now
was
you know why. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We weren't
Well, I've
very
been
close
pissed
to the
about
time.
Josh
it,
was happy
so-
enough to participate in the song, but not come to the party.
Just wasn't.
I was
able-
bad-mouthed you the entire time. Now I
Yeah.
feel like a real
Where's
jerk.
Josh, that guy sucks.
Too good for my party.
Did like a song.
Anyway,
though.
Hey, we none of us knew at that time, because he didn't tell us for several more weeks.
Here, Josh, I know will kill me for this, but I got asked by my family. All right, it's your birthday, and we're going out to eat. You got to pick anywhere
Oh, I love planning.
to go out to eat here, and
Yeah.
I would like
I'm not gonna like your answer.
that
am I?
decision. Like overwhelmed me. First of all,
Really?
and I still the just to fast forward to the end, I still haven't made a decision.
Yeah.
But it really hit home to me why I like what I do when
In
when
terms
I
of
go
your job.
when I go out to eat.
Oh.
No, with nothing to do with my job.
Okay.
Why I like what I do. Because the things that keep coming up to me are not necessarily the highest quality food,
Of course not.
but I am looking for a nostalgic experience when I go out to eat.
So wild.
So this
It's-
is why
so
you
this
picked
is
Tony
why-
and Luigi's.
It's
so-
like it's
so
down
this
to like
is what-
vowels.
You know what I considered? You know what? Kill me. Where's the camera?
Whoa.
Kill me on this. I mean, not physically, but old Chicago.
Look, I think that's better than what I was expecting you to
What's
say.
that? Listen,
But why old Chicago?
Because I got so many, like, it was, again, you'll never understand the late 90s and early aughts unless you
Hey,
it
that's
was
live
what
very
it.
popular.
I fell in love with wings at old Chicago.
You will never understand
Also, they
the-
have carrots instead of celery. Big fan.
the entire atmosphere around chain restaurants at that time and how well looked upon they were. And it's
I
completely
remember I was a teenager.
because it wasn't.
I know.
It wasn't just that it was old Chicago. It was old Chicago in that location.
Yeah.
Which location?
Downtown. It was
Oh,
the
Yeah,
downtown.
the
original.
downtown one was, but I had my 21st.
because that's when the Haymarket really started to pick
Yep.
up.
Yep.
Is that one
I've
still
got
there?
And so there's a lot of
No, it's
I
gone.
understand. I
RIP.
understand where you're coming
It's
from.
gone, but I
and
have just
like old Chicago.
great memories about that. The idea of the beer tour. I never did it, but it was so exotic
Yes.
and fascinating
Yes,
and
it was.
exciting. I was like,
Do you know about
have-
the beer tour,
have
Nick?
people
No.
actually done this?
I've eaten at Old
Yeah.
Chicago once, and I thought it was okay.
Yeah?
It was fine.
What was the beer tour? How many beers did they have? They had a lot.
It was
don't
over
even-
100.
I don't
Yeah.
even know.
So
but
you-
because
you check in, you get
it
stamps.
wasn't just the stuff on tap, which there's probably what 40.
yeah,
Was it
I
bottles?
would guess.
And but it was everything else they,
They had
had. I mean,
bottled
they had
stuff,
bottles
too.
and cans. I mean, and you
And they had,
open
like,
up
a
the
card.
menu. Yeah,
Yeah.
but you'd open up the menu, it'd be separated by country.
And you
Yes.
got stuff. If you
I thought that
checked
was
into-
incredible.
Yeah.
But keep this. I'd never been to a microbrewery,
It
right?
was a different
This
time.
is because Laszlo's was just getting started.
Like I can't explain how much that blew my
Yeah.
mind at the time.
Yeah.
And I wasn't even. I mean, I first did it. I wasn't even 21 at that point. So I was just, but nonetheless, I have finally realized that maybe the difference between me and you food snob elites
is
supporting local.
Is not necessarily a difference in taste or that I've got bad taste. It's just that I've got a value for nostalgia for a different time in eating that was completely exceptional.
Mm-hmm.
And I think specifically my teenage to my young adult years, right? The 90s and the early aughts.
I understand.
I think I had a lot of good memories during that time period of going out, and I like when I think of going out now, I prefer the idea of that to going someplace that's actually better. The nostalgia of it is more value to me.
You two really love just the service and all of that stuff.
Well, that's important. Yes, it is. Anyone who doesn't think that is a fool.
Wait, the service? You mean as in like the actual level of service?
Yeah.
That's important.
That's not necessarily what I'm thinking of.
Well, no, but you guys see, like, I'm like, I just want the food to taste good. You're like, I want to be reminded of 1999.
Yes.
And he's like,
correct.
I want them to say, thank you, sir. Here's your food.
Oh, okay.
Well, no, I just don't
Tears
want
in
to be
their
treated
eyes.
like garbage like you are at that place down the street. I want to be treated with respect. I'm giving you my money.
I just want good food.
For the record, place down the street is Popeyes.
Okay. So
Yes, everyone knows.
So good service, good food,
Yeah.
good memories.
Yeah.
Right?
That sounds like a slogan for a brand new restaurant
It
that we should
does.
create together.
It does, but somehow it's got to have the good memories associated with it. So that
we'll
makes it
create the
difficult.
memories for the
Just
people.
make it
So
look like
Jack's restaurant will have the red and white checkered tablecloths. Sit down, Ms. Pac-Man.
See, right? I would go to that restaurant right now. Well, you said enough. I would go.
Okay.
Just yeah.
I'd probably be there with you.
Right, man, of all the places that you could have said, Old Chicago is.
That was not bad.
I'd go to Old Chicago. If someone was like, hey, you want to go meet at Old Chicago tonight? I'd
Wait.
say, sign me up.
Why are your standards not high for that situation then? Is
No,
it just because they're good
no,
or what?
I think Old Chicago of the chains is among the better chains.
I agree.
Now, I haven't been in years, but I used to go there.
So unpredictable.
Used to go downtown to the one with my our family would go there after church. So
Listen,
I guess I have some of that
I've
nostalgia.
had
You have good memories.
I've had a new respect for Valentino's with reheating the pizza in the air fryer. Valentino's
do that
leftover
with other
in the
pizzas,
air.
too.
Yeah, but Valentino's leftover in the air fryer might be better than Valentino's fresh.
Here we
not
go.
really an endorsement for
Welcome
Val's.
back. Welcome back.
It's an endorsement. It was good. The boys ordered it the other night.
It's just are the hardcore foodies, Josh? Do they just not? Do you guys just not have hearts, or what is it? Like,
Not even a
do you
foodie.
not?
Not even a foodie.
You're someone who usually talks condescendingly to
I
me.
bet to you.
To me.
Everyone does to you, though.
A lot of you
Except
do.
for John randomly today.
A lot of you
John
generally
normally
do.
makes fun of you behind your back, by
But
the way, for your food takes.
Okay. Well,
well, for the things he's already
that's
known
coming
about.
from
Like,
a different place than you. It's a very different brand of critique.
Is
I
it?
acknowledge that I get both.
I
Yeah,
don't know,
because-
John makes fun of you for your food not touching. That's kind of
Yeah,
condescending.
no, yours is more.
I've been
of,
doing that for 20 years.
no, yours is more elitist, I would say.
Because I like Block 16?
Yeah, that kind of thing. I feel like
That's wild.
I feel I'm a
Me,
bit.
I like Block 16, a good restaurant. Jack, wow.
Well, I'm not saying
Get
I
on your
don't
high
like
horse.
it. I might. It's more critiquing my likes. Generally, is where this ends up
Because
coming from.
it's always Val's tier food. It's always just like,
But again,
you're always like, oh man, there was a line out
But
the door
mine
in
is-
86.
for me, it's taste plus heart. Okay, and for Josh, it's just
That's another
it's-
slogan for
yeah.
your restaurant.
Taste
Josh.
plus heart.
It's-
Jack's.
The Jack's.
Taste plus heart.
It's also a slogan for Josh's
Josh
restaurant, but
walks
that's a
in-
different kind.
Josh
Yes,
walks
because it's actually heart.
But unlike me, Josh walks in. Here I am, Josh. Myself, best food possible.
I don't do this.
That kind of.
We've eaten together
No,
before.
he's not doing that because he's already planned out what he's going to eat. I don't need your menu. I planned this out 17
I do pretend,
weeks
though. I
ago.
do take the menu and I look over it like I don't know what I'm already going to get. My birthday's in a few weeks. It's a month from today. I know what I'm
Hey.
getting on my birthday.
And you know where you're going?
Oh, yeah. We've known for like a month and a half.
Right.
We've known for a month because he talks
yes.
about it all the time.
all the time.
Any-
Hey, you know what I'm going for my birthday?
Is that all about the taste, or is there any heart involved in that?
No, you have to walk up to order to the bar at this place. So yeah.
And they spit in your face, and then you place.
no, they're actually you. I don't know if you'd like this place, John. It's very I don't know. People have a lot of tattoos and they air movies
That's
without
everywhere.
They air movies but with no volume. So you just have a movie on, but there's no volume.
What kind of a place that shows movies? Is this
It's
like
not
a
a sports
movie
bar.
bar?
No. It's just I don't know. They used to have old movies on. It's like, hey, what's that movie? And I always love it because I'm trying to figure out what the movie is. I'm like, hey, I know that.
That
actor.
honestly sounds.
Sounds kind of dumb.
That sounds dumb.
I mean, I don't watch the movie. I have conversations with the people.
Well,
that I go with. I've taken Nick there before. I bought Nick dinner there.
Then
one
why
time.
are they bothering to
that
show
place
you the
is
movie?
good.
I don't know, because it's just there. I don't know. See, I told you you wouldn't like it. I know you.
I didn't say I didn't like it.
You said it sounded stupid.
I like the
no, it
lighting
just
at that
sounds
place.
it just sounds stupid that they're playing a movie for no apparent reason. but
Otson
whatever.
guessed what it is. Yeah, it's Night Owl. We're going to Night Owl.
The lighting at Night Owl is great.
But if you're gonna
Good,
that
good.
doesn't
if you're
mean
gonna say I
squat
won't
cocktails.
like it because
You don't like
people
lighting?
have tattoos, everyone's got freaking tattoos.
Okay, sorry.
If I avoided all the places on earth where people have tattoos, I'd be stuck at home
That's true. Until your sons get
because
one.
everyone's got the art. Hey, look at me, virtue signal.
What?
You think we get tattoos to virtue signal?
I don't know why you get.
John, what's going on with that Twitter feed this weekend for you, friend? Tattoos to virtue signal?
Some of you do. I don't know. I have no idea why you.
What did
do
I
you
just
do.
walk into
I
today?
have no idea.
I'm
what
not
you
sure.
do. I don't know.
God.
why
I don't
you
have
do
any
what you
tattoos
do.
though, so I want the off ramp of this conversation.
Yeah.
I like pretty
Awkward.
colors on
Why
my
get
body.
defensive? I'm just asking.
I'm just asking, why is it a virtue signal?
To some people, it is.
Is it?
Well, you tell me.
I like pretty colors on my body. That's why I get tattoos.
I like celebrating
Well-
things that that mean something to me.
So you're signaling something.
It's a representation.
I don't care why you get them.
All
I don't
right.
care. But yeah. Oh, but they have tattoos. You'll be scared of it.
Anyway,
Every place has tattoos.
this is awkward, but
You guys are weird.
I was very, I was just excited that I thought I maybe learned a little more to myself about myself and maybe can better explain myself to people who
So
tend
it's about
to.
the food and the heart.
It's the food.
I liked the 3-1 earlier where it was blank, blank, and blank.
food, taste,
Yeah, taste,
service,
and memories.
Mem-
And
Memories.
memories. Taste, service, and memories.
But if we
Hit
can
up
combine
Jax.
all three,
TSM.
Even better.
Taste, service, memories.
Otson says crappy boo year. Yeah, this one, I think it went sideways. Sorry, Jack.
I don't know what that means. You guys don't. The amount you expect. Okay, I know what Happy New Year means.
Crappy boo year. It's a bad crossover.
Did you guys start a bunch of new stuff over the last few months that you didn't tell me about?
Crappy Boo Year's been around for a while.
Yeah.
Mm.
You don't listen to the zone as much as
I
thought
listen
you
a
did.
lot. I am a.
I mean, he got led astray.
I guess so.
He got led astray.
Well, he likes the Clay Travis
You
show.
did fine.
Stop. Now there's a line we're not crossing.
You gonna catch a podcast on the way home?
No, I'm gonna
Not
listen
now.
to my favorite radio show. What is Unsportsmanlike Conduct?
Oh, thank you. Yes, please read that. All right. Well, have a
I
good
don't know
one.
what I was looking at.
Thank you.
exactly.
Thank you for being here.
Bye, Jack.
And doing
Yeah,
Connor's
well,
work.
excited to learn more about this place next time I come back.
Yeah,
So,
when are you back? Thursday?
Thursday.
Thursday. And then
And
you and I on Monday, the 8-hour
Monday.
extravaganza.
Yeah, have we broken the news of that yet?
We just did now. 8-hour extravaganza on Monday.
We've
I won't
already
be
known
here, by
about
the way.
this because you've already got the baton.
Oh, not a baton. Very excited. I can't wait to work with you. You won't be here?
No, I'm gone Monday. You know that.
Who's producing?
Peter.
Oh, okay.
Peter, man.
Wow.
I'm
Wow,
on my way.
So
Fun.
2 people.
I'm going to be on my way back from
Thought we didn't-
Colorado.
thought we had a rule where you couldn't have 2 people from the same show gone.
I've had this planned for months.
Don't look at me.
Interesting.
Going to a Rockies game on Saturday.
Don't look at me.
All right.
You guys will be fine.
see you Thursday, Jack.
All right.
Have a safe trip.
See you Thursday.
Yep. There he goes. Heart, memories, taste, service, tradition,
The Grum.
the Grum. 1620 The Zone.
Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV Newswatch 7.
Mostly sunny, breezy, and hot for your Monday afternoon with a high today of 98 in Omaha, feeling like 101. A heat advisory remains in effect from 1 until 8 o'clock today, especially for the Omaha Metro. The heat coupled with power outages, making this a bit of a dangerous situation. Be sure to stay hydrated, but as we head into tonight, a cold front arrives. Staying dry for the Metro with a low of 67. High tomorrow, 82, mostly to partly cloudy. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
As the end of summer draws near, the vacation season is just starting for customers at Greenberg's Jewelers. For a very limited time, when you make a purchase of $3,000 or more at Greenberg's, you'll get a $500 airline gift card to one of over 100 destinations in the U.S. and Mexico. Spend $7,500 or more and receive a $1,000 airline gift card. If you're thinking about an engagement ring in the next few months, it's time to buy the ring now. Considering a gorgeous diamond pendant or anniversary ring? Get it now from Greenberg's and get free airfare. Imagine the look on her face when a Hearts on Fire engagement ring or love story pendant is topped off with a honeymoon or vacation to Cancun, New York, Las Vegas, or one of many other destinations. A $500 airline gift card with any purchase of $3,000 or more, or a $1,000 airline gift card with a purchase of $7,500 or more. But hurry, a deal like this won't last. Greenberg's Jewelers, a cut above the rest. Westroads Mall.
Hey, everybody, it's Michael Smith for Ted and Wally's Premium Ice Cream. 2 locations in the old market right off of Jackson Street and also in Benson right next to Taste of New Orleans. You know, one of the toughest things about the summer is trying to figure out what you're going to do with the kids, right? You got to fill some time. It's a great time to go visit either one of the Ted and Wally's locations. Your kids are going to love getting some ice cream. You're going to love getting out of the house. It is a win-win for both of you. So whether you're going downtown and checking out the old market and getting you some ice cream or going to Benson and getting some Taste of New Orleans, stop by and tell them Severe sent you.
Nebraska, where hardworking hands build incredible things. Like the strong hands of a farmer who gets up early to harvest opportunity, or the delicate fingers of a pastry chef who bakes everything from the heart. When the hands behind your business are hard at work, we offer our hands for support. Because we're not just a bank in Nebraska, we're Nebraska in a bank. Pinnacle Bank, the way banking should be. Member FDIC.
How powerful is Cox Internet?
Powerful enough to stream all my live sports actually live?
Yep.
Powerful enough to share my screen more smoothly?
You got it.
Powerful enough to keep my games online and my squad on top?
Oh, yeah.
That's pretty powerful.
Get gig speeds powered by fiber from Cox, the nation's fastest internet provider. Cox, always building better. Download speeds up to 1 gigabit per second. Cox Internet is connected to the premises via coaxial cable. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions may apply. Fastest based on average download speeds from highspeedinternet.com. Speed tests in 2023.
Hey, Maverick fans, the summer's almost over and Omaha Maverick fall seasons are about to begin. Maverick men's soccer and volleyball.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
I've never seen that before. The
What is
discus thrower just threw the discus into the fence.
Oh, no.
And now, like, she's celebrating.
Throwing up the bird.
I don't know if she's... Oh, yeah, there it is.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Is it because she won?
I have no idea, but she literally...
Oh, you know what, John?
Maybe she had already clinched it, and then she just...
There was an American
she threw
yesterday
it into the side of the fence
on purpose. Yeah, there was an American yesterday who had won, or maybe it was Saturday. Either way, he had won gold in the shot put, and he decided not to throw his last one. And they were like, he's not even going to do it. So I wonder if she just did it to, I don't know, to have fun, throw it into all the netting. And move on.
See, back in my day, we didn't have such protective devices, so if someone would have done that, they would have probably careened into the crowd and crushed somebody.
Yeah, when I did discus in middle school, we didn't have that. I did discus in middle school, by the way.
Interesting.
Yeah. I never have done that. I've never done discus. I've never done shot put. I've never done the one where you spin it around like
the
your
hammer throw,
like your David.
Wow, look at me knowing.
Yeah,
the
look
track
at
and field
Field
and
Boy
not
over
you.
here. Yeah, I don't know those.
We only had discus and shot put. I did both. I hated shot put, but I liked discus.
Yeah, offensive lineman Nick.
Yeah,
doing the shot put.
Nice. Well, welcome to the Grum. Welcome to a brand new week. It's the first full week of August.
Wow, it is.
And yeah, it feels like August.
Yeah, I just got a message from Mutt McConaughey on Twitter.
All right.
That said, pumpkin food is out. Fall is officially here, and it looks like he's at Walmart.
That
and there's
been out for months.
Pumpkin cake bites have been out for months.
It feels like it.
I don't want. Now, I will admit this. First of all, I don't want that. Second of all, is a pumpkin cake bite something that is only fall? Like pumpkin spice stuff is like the fall, but a cake bite. Pumpkin flavored?
Pumpkin in general is just associated as a fall
I know
vibe.
that, but like I guess pumpkins can only grow a specific time of year.
Like, are you gonna have pumpkin cake in January?
I don't know. I don't have that kind of cake. John, you tell me.
I don't know.
Do you have pumpkin cake?
I've never had pumpkin cake.
Pumpkin bread.
Pumpkin pie?
Banana. I don't know.
Yeah.
It could be.
So yeah.
Now, we were at the Home Depot store a few weeks ago.
The Home Depot store.
And they already had the stupid Halloween crap.
Yeah.
out.
The Home Depot usually puts those out around now.
Dumb.
Next time I go to the grocery store, I'll take a look and see what kind of candy is going on. Because
taste test.
Because more just wondering, will it have the Halloween tinge to it? Very orange,
or just be on sale and you can just take advantage now and just eat it now and just say to heck with it. I'm not going to be giving these to the little rugrats,
the little squirts.
We are getting really close to Reese's pumpkin season, which is
big fan, Nick.
The best Reese's.
Oh wow, even more than the eggs. Get the eggs
on the tier list. It's pumpkin than egg.
Wow, interesting. I've always been an egg boy. Is there more? Is there more pumpkin? Is there more? Is the size larger?
Is there more pumpkin?
I think it's the ratio. It has to do with the ratio and distribution.
Oh man, you don't want your Reese's getting ratioed.
You don't.
No.
Got to have the good peanut butter ratio, John.
The
more
Reese's
peanut butter.
The Reese's medals that have come out for the Olympics, bad.
Again, my philosophy on the Reese's is the same as the Oreos. I like the OG Oreos and the OG Reese's because I think it has the proper amount of ratio of peanut butter to chocolate or of chocolate wafer to the icing, the cream, the stuff in the.
I do like the Oreo thins more than the actual Oreos, I think.
I can't say that.
I had some double stuff on my run yesterday.
You love Oreos and running.
Yeah, it was
You know what
great.
I noticed? You know what I noticed about the last batch of double stuff I saw?
Too much?
Looks more like the regular Oreos.
Does it?
Is shrinkflation coming for
I
Oreos?
thought that.
Oh yeah.
So last time I opened it,
It's no
I was
longer
like,
Bidenflation. Now I suppose they're going to call it Kamalaflation or something.
I was like, there's a lot of stuffing in there when I took it out. when I opened it.
It seemed to me. I mean, the shrinkflation.
It's
has
coming
come
for everything. Dude, you know
everything.
where I notice it most? Bags of chips.
Yes,
when I get a
absolutely.
normal sized bag of Doritos, I'm like, this is so tiny compared to when I was a teenager.
This about I just had the wife get a box of cereal.
Yeah, small, tiny.
Yeah.
Do they still sell 2 liters of pop, or are those smaller now?
No, they sell 2 liters.
Okay, because I don't drink pop anymore, so I don't know.
I don't buy 2 liters, so I couldn't.
Because we used to get 2 liters all the time, but I figured that those are going to go down to like 1.75 at some point soon.
Oh yeah, the shrinkflation's come for the cookies. It's come for the chips. It's come. It's harder to do it with things that have like a defined size, like a 2 liter, right? That's hard to.
Yeah, but when it's 11.2 ounces and you don't look at that size every time of a bag, and then you're like, wait a second, this seems like a smaller number, but I guess I don't remember for sure.
It's my favorite when you get less and have to pay more for it somehow.
That's with the new stuff. I mean, like cans of Coke are still 12 ounces. Cans of Budweiser are still 12 ounces. But yeah, the new stuff, like the different energy drinks, I call them the Mick Ultra cans.
Yeah.
Right. The tall, skinny cans.
The 8 ounce.
Those are the ones where they try to fool you and, oh, no, these are 12 ounce. No, they're 11.
So it's interesting you say
I don't
that,
think
John.
they try
'cause
to fool you.
I remember 20.
Well, the implication is there because you're used to seeing when you see a can, you just think, okay, that's 12 ounces. Because that's kind of become like the
Normal
baseline.
yeah.
Right.
Normal size of a can is 12
right.
ounces.
But you'll see some of these energy drinks that have cans that look similar to, like I said, the Mick Ultra. The Mick Ultra cans are 12 ounces. Right?
I don't know. I don't drink that.
I don't either.
I think they are. But they look kind of the same, but there's just a little bit less.
Well, I remember going to the gas station at some point over the last year, and I noticed that the bottles of pop, like a Coke bottle, were no longer 20 ounces. They were 16.9 ounces.
Really?
And when I was growing up, they used to be 20. And so I was like, I wonder if that is something now that is smaller than it used to be. 20 to 16.9. Scotty, by the way, says, Hy-Vee has Halloween candy out already. Already got some Reese's Pumpkins.
Hell yeah.
Weird candy. Black and orange-filled Junior Mints.
Ugh.
Wait,
Thank
what?
you. That's what he said. Black and orange-filled Junior Mints. I don't know what the flavor is. It's black and orange.
I like the peanut butter toffee, and it's annoying that that's only usually around during Halloween.
Yeah?
Yeah. Taffy.
Steve writes, while shrinkflation is definitely a thing, it's actually been going on for decades. When I was a little kid, my dad used to complain that Hershey bars were way smaller than they used to be when he was a kid.
Oh, yeah. This isn't like a new phenomenon. It's happened before, but
it's always interesting what happens in your life.
We notice it probably more today because the price of everything is going through the roof. Anyway, welcome to your the CNBC portion.
Yeah, the Grum talks the economy.
By the way, the stock market's down. There you go. That's all you need to know.
Yeah, I decided not to look at my 401k today.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, just don't look at it.
It'll be fine. It's a long play. I'm 35. It's a long play.
It's a long play.
It's a long play, Nick.
It's a long play.
Yeah.
I didn't look at mine either for the record.
It's like an LP. It's a long play.
If you ignore it, it's like it never happened.
Right. Yeah, there you go.
Let's take a look at the Grum Down. Brought to you by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. Some answers, observations from the $25 a head practice. Again, crowd was very quiet. A little disappointed. I think Husker Nation failed to bring it the other
Get
night.
loud, crowd.
Didn't hear a thing. Couldn't tell that anything was happening. Mitch Sherman was there and will report back to us from The Athletic.
Yep.
Husker math. Does 40 plus 20 equal wins?
It could.
Huskers this
60.
year, purely positive and a matter of trust.
The positive boys. We will.
The Cheat Verines. Oh, that was the story we needed yesterday. It was getting a little boring yesterday, being cooped up in the house because it was too hot. And then the magic appears like, oh, look, the Cheat Verines are back.
It was very nice to get a story dropped in our laps that we could discuss today.
The Cheat Verines.
Get on my Wolverines hat to defend Michigan.
Busted. 25 teams today will feature the Indiana Hoosiers.
Dude, this team is weird. It's a weird team. Their coaches
well, we
is
could
odd.
call it. We could just call it the James Madison Hoosiers.
That's true. That is definitely true.
Because old Double C, Kurt Signetti, brought in a lot of his players.
Yes, he has. I was reading. This will surprise you. Not a whole lot of people write about Indiana, so I stumbled upon a lot of
shocked
Indiana blogs, and man, these fans are like so far. They are Signetti pilled, John. They were being way too positive about this upcoming season. This wide receiver group could be the best in the Big Ten. It's like, what? What am I reading right now? What's going on with you people?
No, we'll find out. Scott Ward will join us from the Sports Betting Alliance. We're going to find out more about what Nebraska is trying to do in the legislature.
The state, yes, the state of Nebraska.
The legislature.
Nice.
He'll be coming up. Mitch Holtis. Is that John Gruden's music?
Huh?
Chiefs are already getting a line of succession.
Oh.
Well, I mean, Andy Reid's not going to be around forever.
Oh, they have a coach in waiting already?
That would be awesome if John Gruden was the coach in waiting.
Uh-oh.
And Snoop, I'll cheer for the USA for $500,000.
I don't know what this story is in reference to.
You'll find out.
Okay.
402-951-1620 is the 42 degrees the source hotline by your mom's house. You can also text that line, too, if you feel like it.
We'd love to have you text us.
I love when you text us.
There you go.
You may also join us in the Twitterverse, or I guess, at what point is Twitter going? I mean, because you know it's going to happen. It's already called X, but when does it officially take over where more people call it X? Because that day is coming. Whether we want it to or not, that day is coming.
I don't know, because like stadiums in in like various cities, people still call them by their old names, even if they are long past being called their old names.
But that's usually just in that town, and even then.
But Twitter is the country stadium, if you will.
Also, the reason
boy, you talk. That's like showing up to a bad concert.
Hey, still though, if we've all called it Twitter for years,
who haven't bathed in a long time.
I'm trying to think of something that changed its name. And how I was just like, nah, I probably won't call it something different just because you're so used to it. Either way, it's a J-Tech Constructions on Twitter.
It is.
But as more people join it, they'll get used to calling it.
I don't think so,
it anymore.
because Twitter is a very unique name that everybody knows. X is just a letter.
Here, I'll tell you when, John, when in reporting or any stories written about it, it doesn't say X, formerly known as Twitter. When that stops happening, I think that then we've crossed over the Rubicon. I don't know if that's going to happen, though.
Well, maybe we can be the trendsetters.
George Washington joke. Reference.
We can be the trendsetters.
You can call it
X feed.
I call it the Twitter
feed. How about Elon's Playground?
We could call it Elon's Playground.
It's the J-Tech Construction Elon's Playground.
Nice.
At USC 1620.
Really roll off the tongue.
And then there's the Equitable Bank inbox. No matter what happens. See, that's the nice thing about our inbox.
You can always email us there.
It's like Wrigley Field, which technically is a corporate name.
It is.
It's always been that way, just like our inbox has always been the Equitable Bank inbox, where they take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring. John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com, Nick at 1620thezone.com.
Nice.
So that's what we got coming up today here on the program.
Wow. What a day it's going to be, John.
Yeah.
Prince.
Going to be friggin' hot.
Brings up Aaron Papillion. Prince, he went back to Prince from the symbol thing.
Yeah, but that never took off.
It didn't?
That's one of the few things that Prince did that was just like, yeah, buddy, that's just not going to work for us. It never took off.
I appreciate
he
the
tried
thought, though.
It was way overthinking it. That was in Prince's I am really huffing my own gas stage of his life.
Zach points out
he was just better off being, because Prince is a cool name.
It's a good name. Zach points out most people I know still call it UNO, not Omaha. Yeah, I call it UNO. I call them UNO, even though I know that they are Omaha.
No, yeah.
Yeah, it's not yes, UNO. It's yes, Omaha.
Well, that's not what the song says.
I know, and that's not what the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed is called.
I don't know anyone who just calls it Omaha.
Announcers.
Oh.
That's when I hear it called Omaha. Broadcasts.
Well, but that's what they want it called.
I know.
In official capacity.
They want that.
Yeah, I still call it Cowboy Stadium, even though it's not Cowboy Stadium.
I just call it the laughing ground.
I call it the place where they beat the Rams last season. That's what I will start calling it now moving forward. Hey, the Cowboys have a home game this weekend in the place where they beat the Rams last season. And then when they go to SoFi, I'll be like, oh, that's the place where they beat the Rams a couple seasons ago. And then the Chargers last year. Look at that, 3 wins against those LA schmucks over the last couple of years.
And how many Super Bowls is that there, genius?
Hey, it's 3 wins,
That'd be
John.
0!
It's 3 wins.
I do think I'm starting to get used to calling it Liberty First Credit Union Arena.
What's that?
Over in Ralston.
Oh, man, yeah, that's, I forgot. I apologize.
The Ralston Days is going over there.
Yes, it is.
Whoa, tell me more, John, or do you want me to tell you more?
Well, it's in August.
It is, and into September.
It's actually over Labor Day weekend.
It's kind of like the crossover. It starts in August, the 30th. It ends on September the 2nd.
Right.
Yeah, Liberty First Credit Union parking lot.
We used to do a lot of things in this town related to the, carnival community over Labor Day weekend.
Yeah.
And now this is the new place.
Speaking of that, carnival rides, music, and food trucks, and it's sponsored by Liberty First Credit Union and all of our stations.
So find out more at 1620thezone.com. When we come back, yes, it's poll season.
Thank God.
And thoughts of the $25 a head practice. Did we get a depth chart? Kind of. 1620 The Zone.
You're always better with a roof from JR.
We've had more than our fair share of hail and wind this year. Are you playing roofer roulette? That's when you bet your roof and your home on the first random roofer to ring your doorbell. Why do that when JR Roofing offers a free hail and wind report online at jrstormcheck.com? Just plug in your address and we'll pull a multi-year storm report. You'll know exactly what your roof has been put through and if you even need an inspection. If you do, no one is more thorough and works better with your insurance than locally owned, veteran-owned JR Roofing. And if you need a new roof, remember, a roof from JR comes with a lifetime warranty on workmanship. Don't play roofer roulette with your home. Visit jrhailcheck.com. And remember,
you're always better with a roof from JR.
Visit jrhailcheck.com.
When you shop local, you help strengthen our community. So if you need roof repair, gutters, siding, even windows, call local Pyramid Contractors. They're the #1 roofer in Omaha for more than a dozen years. Let Pyramid Contractors come and give you a free estimate. Give them a call at 402-502-9300. That's 402-502-9300. Or visit them online at
PyramidRoof.com. Never settle for less.
Just make sure if you're having him pick the movie, it's when I'm not here.
You won't be here.
Good.
You won't be here.
Good. I've done my tour of duty with that. That's over now.
Yeah. The last one he picked was interesting.
I actually thank
the
you.
Robin Williams one.
Yeah, remind me of that one again because I want to see that.
Okay.
Because when I was listening to you guys, it was like finally he picked a movie that sounds good to me.
It was interesting.
It is an interesting movie.
Yeah. I don't think I'd ever watch it again, but John, if you watch it, I hope you enjoy it.
World's Greatest Dad.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, it's that time of year. We actually waited a week to do this because, well, we forgot.
Yeah, we forgot. It was too late on
But
Sunday.
it's okay. This is technically the first full week of camp.
Works for me.
And this is our phase 3 polling, our
phase 3 of 4.
4-phase polls where we ask, what are your expectations for the season? And you can vote right now on the J-Tech Construction Elon's Playground feed. It'll get there eventually.
Mm-hmm.
The Twitter feed at USC1620. We've all retweeted it out.
I'm going to retweet it again.
Nick didn't retweet it out.
Nick! Bro,
I'm sorry I didn't read. I'll do it right now.
Director of audio. You're also the director of retweets.
Yeah, what's
should
going
be.
on? This is crazy.
I'm not the director of audio.
Anywho,
Director of video.
There we go.
So let's do a quick review. Phase 1, which we do right after the end of the season.
Okay.
So looking ahead to almost one full year out.
Okay.
At that point, almost 75% what we call the positivity factor. Now, maybe next year, maybe the positivity definition will be changed.
What?
Because around here, if you would have told young millennial me, hey, everyone's going to think 6 wins is positive.
You'd say, what? What happened?
I'd say, yeah.
Did the planet blow up?
So the positivity factor is those who are positive enough to think that the Huskers will make a bowl game. So these are the combination of the 6-6 or 7-5 votes and the 8 wins or more. By the way, the 4 options, and yes, the 4 options do stay the same. And again, this is another thing that could change next year.
I think people didn't I see that people got mad about
Well, they did last time.
Okay, yes. The reason that we have done this exact win-loss is because we changed it to this a few years. We started doing this like officially in the 2021 Nebraska season. So it's not even that old. But by that point, Nebraska had not made a bowl game in a while, which they still haven't if you've seen this or heard about this. So we made it this because it would allow us to really spread the wealth with some of those sub 500 seasons. And until they get consistently past that number, it will stay in this group range.
Yeah. Now, again, maybe next year it'll change. But back in phase 1, 75% believed that Nebraska will get to 6-6 at least. It was 59% 6-6 or 7-5, and 15.5% 8 wins or more. So that was phase 1. Phase 2, we did in the spring. I clicked the wrong arrow. There we go.
This was after the spring game.
After the spring game, here's where things got crazy. Because as you notice, we shot up from 75% positivity to 91% positivity.
And wasn't that the best or most positivity we have had?
All-time record.
Wow.
All-time record.
And so we theorized at the time, like, oh my gosh, 91.1% combined, 6-6 or 8 or better.
Mm-hmm.
What's it going to be like when we get closer to the season?
Well,
we have a bit of an answer because it's only been up for not even 24 hours. It'll end this weekend.
So
vote.
So make sure you vote. Make sure you vote. But here's where we are as of right before the Grum today. We are at 94.4% positivity. It's 59.5% believe in 6-6 or 7-5.
The positive boys.
34.9% say 8 wins or better. Only 4% say 4-8 or 5-7. And there's 1% out there. We call them Iowa fans. Who voted 3-9 or worse. So yes.
Wow.
Now there wasn't much room to go up.
And yet it did.
And it did go up. 94.4% positivity. So if you put it graphically, and again, this was the progression last year. And the trend has always been it gets more and more positive with each passing poll.
That is, by the way, my favorite part about doing this exercise every year is that it does prove factually that fans do get more optimistic the longer the offseason goes on.
Correct.
For whatever reason.
Correct.
They always come home.
So this is how it progressed last year.
Mama calls, you come home.
It went up 7% from winter to spring. It went up another 7.5% from spring to summer. And it bumped up a couple percentage points between summer and week 1, which is, of course, it's the most narrow window because we'll do the final phase the week of the first game. So it's only a couple of weeks away.
Only thing that can change between now and then is either something really bad or just you're excited for the season and you're more excited at that point than you are right now on August the 5th.
So here is where we sit.
This is insane.
Here's where we sit. And again, jumped up 16 points from winter to spring this offseason. And it is currently up 3.3%.
And see, at least winter to spring, there is something to explain that. What is that? Well, when we did the first phase, there was no Dylan Raiola. When we did the second phase, there was
important.
There was a Dylan Raiola. I think that accounts for it more than just the passage of time. I would definitely say spring to now, it is the passage of time. And that people are, for whatever reason, I just think it's general enthusiasm and optimism that shows up at this time of year. because you're closer to the year, you're more excited, you're talking yourself into things. And look, the reports about Raiola, and I know we're going to talk about the Saturday stuff in a few moments, but that I think is going to play a big part in why it. Look, I would bet that the final one is above 95% because I think that the trend is going to continue. The optimism surrounding that guy when he gets named the starter, all that stuff. It's gonna continue to give it a bump.
Now here's where I was a little surprised because I assumed that if we saw any significant jump, it would be from the folks who transitioned from the 6 and 7 win crowd to the 8 and greater crowd. I thought we would get
me too.
I thought we would get, more people kind of slide in on the 8 win side. But as we take a look at, and by the way, this is again the progression, as Josh mentioned, we started this in 2021.
Yes.
We're at all-time highs here.
Everything was an all-time high.
Just about.
The first phase this year was the second highest positivity number ever. And that was the first one. And so we were at that point, we were like, oh my gosh, this is going to reach numbers that we've never seen. Sure enough.
But take a look at the 8 and 4 crowd. We actually dropped by 1%. So in the spring,
negative.
The spring, we had 35.9% vote 8 wins or greater. We're at 34.9. So we did not get a migration. If there was any migration, it was getting a few more people from the sub 500 crowd into the 6 and 7 win crowd.
Yep.
But we did not get a migration, which I was a little surprised.
Me too.
Because again, and now
I'll
double down and say that when we do this before the start of the season here in a couple of weeks, I think you'll get some more migration, barring any bad news that comes out of camp.
Yeah.
But I think you'll get some more migration. Though I am surprised we didn't get that this time around, at least not yet. For the most part, I mean, statistical margin of errors all being the same. It's basically the same as what we had in the spring.
Correct. Yeah, I'm with you. I was also surprised by that. I thought that there would be more of the top end optimism. But you're right. It was more of the sub 500 crowd, maybe, finding themselves being in the positive. That said, Max just points out it's at 36% now. So from when you took all those screenshots earlier today, even to right now, it's at 35%, 35.1%.
Yeah,
right
and
now.
it'll bump a little bit. We'll update this next week because this poll will stay live through next Sunday.
Yeah.
And then we'll give you the final results. And then in just a couple of weeks, we'll do it all over again. And this time it'll be for real. Yep. But the difference is when we do it next time, we'll have everybody's predictions on the season.
Yep.
And I have a feeling you're going to see a lot of 8 and 4s.
You think 8 and 4 is going to be the number?
I think 8 and 4 is going to be the plurality number. I'm not saying it's going to be. I think it'll have the most votes. I think 8 and 4 will have the most votes among our
regulars.
Our regulars.
So Jack, Mitch,
because that's where I'm
Farron.
leaning right now.
Yeah,
I'm in the 8. I'm right now. If you had to pin me down, I would say 8 and 4.
I think
if you had to pin me down,
because Jack's already an 8 and 4. Mitch, I bet, would be at 7 and 5. Farron will be, who knows. Yeah, Sipple's been trying to talk himself into 8 and 4 for months now. Whenever he writes about him, he's like, "Yeah, I'm still 7 and 5," but
I think. Okay, I'll save my opinion on Sip.
Okay,
I'll save
for a few weeks from now.
Well, yeah, but
okay,
maybe tomorrow.
Scott writes, given how many close games Nebraska plays, I have a bad feeling special teams will cost 1 to 2 games. Won't finish better than 7 and 5 if special teams isn't fixed by August 31st.
Well, it's a good transition then into the practice takes from over the weekend. Certainly, folks were really impressed again with Dylan. He just continues to do what he does. He looks the part.
Yeah.
It was interesting to read. I think it was Sip that wrote about Dylan and carrying the program on his back.
Mm-hmm.
And my question would be, how do you keep? Because that's what it was for Adrian Martinez. When Adrian Martinez came in as a freshman, there was as much hope placed on him as being placed on Dylan Raiola today. As much hope. because he's a 4-star. He's a blue chip quarterback. He was the handpicked guy.
Yeah. Plus, that lined up with year one for his coach too. It was year one for Frost, which it was, the hype was already through the roof, and then Adrian himself.
How do you keep it from at least feeling that Dylan doesn't have to carry this thing on his back? Because by nature, the quarterback position is that type of position.
Yeah.
It's hard to make big gains. It's hard to be a championship organization. It's hard to be a consistently winning organization if you don't have great quarterback play. It can happen, does not happen very often. And it's the one area where Nebraska's, sorely been missing, either too many turnovers or not enough dynamic playmaking ability. It seems, at least in the moment, that you've got somebody who can handle both, who can be a dynamic playmaker while also handling the ball and taking care of the ball. So how do you keep Dylan from having to, from feeling the weight of the pressure that Adrian Martinez is? And I hope what was written here didn't imply that Adrian couldn't handle that, because I don't think that's fair to him. I think there's a difference between a guy who's having to carry a program on his back and just not having enough help. The problem was they didn't have enough help.
Definitely after his first year. His group of skill players got worse, certainly over his first 3 seasons. Year 1 to year 2, worse. Year 2 to year 3, worse. Year 3 to year 4, probably a little bit better.
I suppose it is the same thing, because if a guy feels like, well, this dude can't get it done and this dude can't get it done, so I'll just take it upon myself. And maybe there's an element of that. So it's obviously surrounding a quarterback with some great talent, but no matter how much talent, you still got to be the guy that deliver the mail. You still have to be the guy to be the distributor and to make the smart decisions, to make the right decisions. And that will be the probably most intriguing thing about this year, is how we've heard how much, how mature he is, how great of a leader he is, but that doesn't get defined until you actually have to do it. And he hasn't been asked to do it yet.
Yeah, I think one of the interesting parts about the whole Dylan Raiola experience is that, Adrian arrives and the pressure of everything is kind of put on his shoulders. And I don't know if he totally knew what he signed up for in that regard. I would say that Dylan Raiola made the choice of coming to Nebraska rather than Ohio State or rather than a Georgia, certainly, because he wanted that pressure. And now it's easy to say, yeah, I want that. I really want what that is going to bring. And then you actually have to face it. And it's probably going to be harder than he expected it to be. But I think he wants that. I think he wants to be the quarterback that's a part of it. I don't remember who it was last week, but I heard a conversation on one of the local pods, and they were talking about how guys returned, specifically like guys who didn't have to return. They returned because they wanted to be a part of the next step for the program. And so I think that Dylan wants to be a part of that. But you're right. Like, it's going to be a lot on his shoulders. And so how do they go down a path where it is healthy and they're not putting too much on him, and things are getting better and are progressing, and the promise of an era doesn't peak in year 1, because that was the thing. The Adrian Martinez experience peaked the first year. The first year was his best year. And again, that's the year that he had the most talent. The wide receiver room was the best. He had a 1,000-yard receiver. He had a 1,000-yard rusher. He had another 800-yard receiver. It was it had the best offensive line that he would ever have at Nebraska. How do they make sure that it's not that for Dylan Raiola?
We did maybe, at least initially, and it's, first week of practice, and these things are always subject to change, but it was interesting to see that who got the first snaps. And yeah, there were a few guys that were held out, but I thought it was particularly interesting that your top 3 receivers, at least according to the guys who first came out with the presumed first-team offense, were Banks, Naor, and Janiron Bonner was the first guy that came out. The other surprise was that Turner Corcoran was out and not Teddy Prohaska. Now, that'll be interesting to see how that continues to go.
Yeah.
But also, Henry Lutovsky was also hurt, apparently, and did not practice. Micah Mazuka, who may end up starting anyway.
Yeah, and he was a guy, you want to talk about a turnaround that guy's had this year, after a really rough start to the spring and everything that's happened since.
So that was fascinating. Defensively, now they didn't have Tommy Hill. They were load managing him, I guess, for lack of a better term. But Jeremiah Charles and Marquise Buford, who they've been talking about moving over to corner, were the first two cornerbacks, but not really any other major surprises anywhere around the first team defense. The running backs, Johnson and Johnson were 1 and 2, and then you had Gabe Irvin come in.
It seems like a lot of people really liked what they saw from Gabe. The question is just going to be, can he stay healthy?
Right.
Which has been sadly the key to his career so far.
Which has been. And then you mentioned earlier, someone mentioned in our comment section about special teams.
Yeah.
With Alvano still out and not knowing what's going to happen, and apparently Steve Buscemi didn't have a very good practice, at least according to the people who were observing it. Brian Buscemi, of course. I do wonder if Nebraska, and I plan to ask this of Mitch Sherman, can Nebraska take a step back in special teams and still be better?
Great question. Max says it really does seem like the staff addressed every issue from last year in terms of what the roster needs except for punting and kicking. So hopefully Buscemi and Alvano can step up. It does. It does seem like they fixed a lot of problems. That conversation will begin and end at quarterback. I certainly like the wide receiver room a hell of a whole lot more. I feel like they're plugging holes right now in the defensive back room, but we'll see what happens there. But the kicking and punting situations for a program that has built an entire mantra around trying to close the gap between losing by 3 points and winning, how do you do that? I mean, some would say literally making the field goals. I would also point at special teams or field position rather, starting the ball at a more advantageous spot, putting the defense in a better spot when they're defending the offense. Have they done that, or is that going to be a kind of hold on to the seat of your pants type situation throughout the year?
Lot to come, but hey, if anything else, it was something like this was kind of nice just to kind of give us a baseline for where everything is starting. And again, what we saw or what was seen on Saturday night does not necessarily mean that's what you're going to see in game one, but it just kind of gives us an idea of, all right, well, here's who they're thinking about in certain spots. And we'll see how much it changes over the next 3 weeks. A lot of things can happen.
Email Equitable Bank inbox real fast from Colin. He says, Adrian had Spielman, Stanley Morgan, Azigbo, etc. Those were the best amount of weapons he had over his tenure at Nebraska. I'd argue 2018 was more about the defense not getting stops. Had fourth quarter leads versus Colorado, Troy, Northwestern that all ended in losses, and tied with Iowa that kicked a field goal in the final play. All games that the defense gets a stop, better chance at a win. Dylan will have by far the best defense on paper in a long time behind him. That is something that he will have. Adrian's best defense was his last year at Nebraska. And that was a good defense, though. And it's a consistent thing with this group too. Not a whole lot of playmakers. It was a great defense and just in terms of a lot of the numbers, very, very good, but their floor was high. Their ceiling was not, though. The difference between the floor and it was a ranch, it's a one floor ranch house is what it was that year.
Yeah. All right, still to come, the Michigan Cheat Marines. We got more information and confirmation. Now what's next? We will find out coming up. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. John Bishop here for Lindley Clothing and the sidewalk sale, which is still going on there at Linden Market at 134th and Dodge. But the deep discounts, which they have already had going on all of their men's spring and summer wear, has just taken the next step. 60 to 90% off. They've got the sport coats and jackets, dress shirts and polos, slack shoes, belts, and more. That's right. All the spring wear right now, 60 to 90% off. And at Lindley Clothing, not only do they have great brands such as Bugatti, David Donahue, Johnson & Murphy, Samuelson, Saks, St. Croix, and more, but they have Omaha's biggest selection. Just walking into Lindley Clothing and then next door at Well Suited, you'll be blown away by all the different styles, patterns, colors, fabrics. There is something there that will fit your look. And now at 60 to 90% off, fit your price as well. So visit Lindley Clothing today for Omaha's largest selection at Omaha's best price. Take advantage of that sidewalk sale going on right now. Lindley Clothing, 132nd and Dodge in Linden Market. Find your style at Lindley Clothing.
You get a lot of junk in your inbox. This one, not junk at all. 1620 the email. Exclusive content, contests, other stuff probably. Subscribe today at 1620thezone.com.
The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
It's easy to see the common signs of transmission trouble.
If your engine revs before it falls into gear.
If it seems to switch gears for no reason.
So watch for the signs.
Certified transmission, the job done right at the right price.
Well, we were wondering when it was going to drop. The NCAA investigating Michigan and their sign stealer guy scandal. And yesterday, the news came out. Now, it's not official, but this was all the stuff that got out to the media. And, of course, the first thing that Michigan fan did was say, oh, they're leaking more stuff again. But if you think about it, it's only 3-ish weeks away from when sign stealer guy himself, Connor Stallions, will appear on Netflix. And remember, Stallions did not cooperate with the NCAA's investigation.
Mhm.
So we don't have his side of the story. He's got another 3 weeks to figure out exactly what that story is, and then he'll have to tell the world, or at least he'll tell the world whatever it is he wants to tell. But the draft of the violations that are expected to come down says that Sharon Moore could face a show cause penalty and another possible suspension.
Yeah, and you know what? It's funny. I had forgotten that he got suspended last year because, what I remember him from is the end of the season, when he coached those 3 games. But yeah, he was also one of the coaches that got suspended at the beginning of the season. He's one of 7 members from the whole program that was accused of violating the NCAA rules, according to the Pete Thamel story.
So Moore allegedly deleted a 52 text message thread with Connor Stallions.
Do people not realize that, just because you delete it doesn't mean they can't get it?
I can't see it anymore. It's gone forever, Josh.
Exactly.
Oh, no, they found them.
It's gone.
But I was on incognito mode.
They found them.
Whatever that is.
In addition, former Michigan staff members Jim Harbaugh, Chris Partridge, Denard Robinson, and Stallions accused of committing level 1 violations, the most serious category, according to the NCAA. The school itself faces a level 1 charge because of a pattern of noncompliance. And former coaches Jesse Minter and Steve Klinksdale are also accused of recruiting violations unrelated to Stallions. So apparently they've gone even further than just the sign stealer guy stuff.
Speaking of the sign stealer guy, so that is in reference, of course, to Central Michigan and a interview that their head coach did, or a press conference, and he called him a sign stealer guy. And that was later in the year when a picture of what was purported to be Connor Stallions came out. Well, that is. The draft also states the NCAA gathered evidence that shows Stallions was on the sideline at Michigan State's season opening game against Central Michigan in 2023. He was wearing a bench pass, Central Michigan coaching gear, and a disguise, according to the draft, which states that Stallions' conduct seriously undermined or threatened the integrity of the NCAA collegiate model. The draft does not say how Stallions obtained a bench pass from the Chippewas sideline. That is not the biggest story in this. The biggest story is Michigan, but that is such a fascinating part of this whole thing to me is the knowledge that they had in this, and I mean Central Michigan, and what that could mean for them. I saw somebody theorize over the weekend, there's no chance in hell that Michigan State's going to want to play them moving forward. They're going to want to stick it to them and not give them these bye games because someone was on the keep. Someone inside of Central Michigan was in on this to get him on the sidelines and to get him all that gear. Now, I guess in theory, he could have bought that stuff, but to get him on the sidelines, he had to know somebody inside of the program.
Oh, absolutely. Those sidelines, trust me, if somebody saw someone who shouldn't have been there, someone would have pointed him out and said, what's that dude doing here? Who's that guy? So it's obvious, A, he had someone working on the inside to get him there, and B, to keep him there.
Yeah.
And for him to be in a prominent spot where he could be easily spotted, from the sidelines. So, yes, they did confirm that
he was the guy at
Connor
for Central Michigan at the Michigan State game. A couple other things that stood out to me, John. NCAA's draft obtained by ESPN states that investigators used ticket information, film, photographs, and interviews to determine that Stallions had impermissibly scouted at least 13 future opponents on at least 58 occasions between 2021 and 2023, directed others to scout some opponents multiple times, including one team that they scouted 7 different times in 2022, according to the draft. And finally, investigators also allege that multiple teams, interns, and at least one other full-time team employee knew about the scheme and participated in it, which, obviously, that was going to be the case. It wasn't just, a one-man band doing this stuff. There was going to be people involved. The question is, how high? That's the question. How high did this go? It's not, which of the other coaches? I mean, yeah, that is a question, but it's how high up within the Michigan organization did this go?
Ralph Rousseau, friend of the program from AP, reminds us that we're still months away from this possibly being resolved. Once the NCAA formally announces the sanctions, and this wasn't a formal announcement, these were things that the media was able to get a hold of yesterday. So this isn't the formal notice of allegations, but NCAA policy gives schools 90 days to respond. So after a response, the school will be scheduled for a hearing in front of the Committee on Infractions. So we could still be, we could be at the end of this football season before we get a resolution. Potentially. Potentially. I don't know how much further they want to go, but considering how deep Michigan's heels were dug in on this thing from the beginning, I would be shocked if they were to all of a sudden just throw in the towel and say,
yeah, of course not. They're going to keep
we're
fighting.
at the mercy.
People don't admit they're wrong in 2024
because they figure they can win something out of it.
Bingo. That's the thing. You just keep going after him. You keep saying no. Like, it's so funny, John, that we're talking about this because Harbaugh just put out a statement, or he's probably doing a press conference. He says, never lie, never cheat, never steal. I was raised with that lesson. I've raised my family on that lesson. I've preached that lesson to the teams that I've coached. No one's perfect. If you stumble, you apologize and you make it right. Today, I do not apologize.
So he did nothing wrong.
I did not participate, was not aware nor complicit in these said allegations. So it's back to work and attacking with an enthusiasm unknown to mankind.
And
let's go Chargers, baby.
I call BS. I said the same thing about Paterno back in those days. Say the same thing here. When you're a coach of that magnitude, when you're a coach at a program like that, you know everything that is going on in your organization. You are aware.
But what if he wasn't?
If he wasn't, then he is the most incompetent boob that exists in coaching.
Can't be incompetent. They won the national championship. Must be pretty good.
Well, they won the national championship by cheating.
Maybe.
I did find this funny. I saw this on the Twitter. Much Michigan Schadenfreude out there. But it's actually it's eerily kind of accurate. The 5 stages of coping, because this is how Michigan fan has responded to all of this, or Michigan in general has responded to this. Initially, it was, we didn't do anything wrong. Then it was, we did something wrong, but it's a nothing burger.
God, I hate that phrase.
Then, okay, we did some bad stuff, but it was a lone wolf. Stallions was a lone wolf. He went rogue. And then it was, okay, maybe some other guys in the program knew, but everybody does it.
That's the, narcissist's prayer, I think is what that's called.
And the final stage of coping is, why is the NCAA leaking our unprecedented cheating scandal?
Is that really what Michigan and I guess Matt and Andrew are showing up? It looks
some Michigan fans are saying this stuff coming out now is getting out ahead of whatever Stallions is going to say. Because this was not an official notice of allegation.
No, it's a reporting on it.
Correct.
Why?
And what Michigan man is saying, or Michigan woman,
Michigan person,
or Michigan non-binary, is saying well, why is this stuff getting out before we actually get it?
What does that have to do with any, who cares? And it looks like Matt and Andrew are Michigan fans in our YouTube chat, and Matt says the same thing. The NCAA wanted to get ahead of the Netflix doc, which is why the draft was leaked. They'll get a fine and maybe more will be suspended. That'll be it. Put the second half of that comment aside. What I don't understand the crying about the NCAA leaking it. This happens in every sort of situation.
Well, you're trying to think logically, Josh.
Yeah.
And
everything
Michigan man or woman or non-binary doesn't think that way.
Look,
because they're Michigan people.
If there's information on Nebraska football that I'm able to find out over the next month, I'm going to do my darndest to find out about it. I'm not going to say, well, what's the purpose of this leaked information? Yeah. Stop being weird, Michigan fans.
I'm going to put on my Jimmy Allen hat quick.
Uh-oh.
What if Harbaugh went to the Chargers to try to get away from this because he knew about it the whole time?
That's not a Jimmy Allen hat, Nick. Everybody thinks that.
A lot of people are thinking that.
Yeah. So that's actually a John hat. That's a normal hat. That was a very normal hat.
Oh.
Yeah, if you wanted to be like Jimmy Allen, you'd have to be like, but aliens were involved. The same sentence, but at the end, but aliens were involved.
The NCAA actually staged the sign stealing to get Michigan to win this.
Now you're thinking like Jimmy.
So then the NCAA could go back and punish Michigan for this to try to get more power because they're slowly losing power over the entire college football.
That's some Jimmy stuff.
I got there.
Yeah, you got there.
They are trying to control it.
Rick, what's on your mind?
Hi,
Thanks
Rick.
for calling.
What are the chances that they take the national championship away? And then I got a follow-up question after that.
0.0.
I'll say it's bigger than that.
You'll say 0.1?
I'll say there's maybe like a 5% chance. But remember, the NCAA technically does not sanction that championship. Now, what the NCAA
They could take away regular season
They
wins.
could take away wins, and then it would be up to the college football playoff committee, I suppose, right?
Yeah, and they don't want to do anything.
To take away the college football playoff title.
Okay, so if they don't
Yep.
take away the national championship, whoever can take it away, then why wouldn't everybody else then just cheat and say, we don't care what the NCAA says? Well, we care is what the college playoff board says.
Good question. And honestly, Rick, it depends on what the level of the penalties are that the NCAA hands down to Michigan. I mean, let's say Sharon Moore gets suspended for a year. I mean, the show cause is pretty heavy stuff because the show cause would make life really difficult for Sharon Moore, especially if he went to another NCAA job.
If they were to fire him, if they were like, all right, we want to get away from this now. Yeah,
Right.
make that stuff really. It's why Jim Tressel, that guy won everywhere he coached.
Mm-hmm.
And then the show cause happened, and now he has never coached again.
Interesting you mentioned Jim Tressel because I never miss an opportunity to throw a little shade at one of the greatest apologists that Michigan has ever had, and that would be the fraud Desmond Howard. This was Desmond Howard's tweet from almost exactly 13 years ago.
Oh, wow.
After Jim Tressel left, and there were rumors that Tressel might leave and go to the NFL after the tattoo scandal.
I think it was the Colts.
Yeah. And Howard tweeted, so if Tressel gets a head coaching job in the NFL next season, does Roger Goodell suspend him for the first 5 games?
You should tweet the same thing about Jim Harbaugh. And you know what? I think he tweeted that because like Terrell Pryor got suspended.
Yes.
Which is just what a weird era of college sports there were. Because then that very next season, Sandusky happened and all former controversies completely changed. Wow.
Still to come, Mitch Sherman is on the way.
Should we be concerned about special teams, Mitch? That's the question.
We should.
Oh, okay. Well,
or shouldn't we? I don't. Maybe.
Oh,
we
okay.
shouldn't.
You were answering, and then you're not answering.
Maybe they'll be so good they'll never need a place kicker because they'll never need to kick field goals.
What about the 2-point conversion? They're just going to go for 2 like they're like Oregon.
Yeah, they're just going to be
Kelly?
like Oregon.
Okay.
Maybe they'll just be whelming,
and they'll never punt because they
first down's the whole game.
They won't get stopped.
Okay.
And nobody can punt better than Iowa anyway.
Oh, we all know that.
Now imagine if they did that, but then their return game was such a dumpster fire that they kept turning the ball over.
Okay, would you stop it? Now that's some negativity.
He's just asking questions.
I'm just asking questions.
You're just Jimmy Allen.
I'm just Jimmy Allening, ging, everything. 16-20 the zone. We were just talking about the storm damage. There's still people without power.
Yeah, it's wild, dude.
Including Kent Pavelka.
Yeah,
without power. He's been without power for almost, it's 5 days now.
Yeah. Driving in Underwood, there's a lot of lights still out on Underwood. There was a question. You were gone. It was a dumb debate. What's the worst stoplight in Omaha? And Nick had the correct answer, and that was 93rd and Dodge.
Worst stoplight.
Because it's like, oh, I'm almost home free, and then no, you're not home free. But there is no light right now, so everyone just kind of stops.
Which is a good reminder for everybody, because I still people not understanding this. If the lights aren't working, it's a 4-way stop.
It's a stop. Treat it as a stop
Just
sign.
stop. Stop blowing these lights.
Stop blowing these lights.
Stop blowing these lights.
Put that on a campaign poster.
But
wow, Keena says our neighborhood is still without power.
Yeah.
I think she lives in your hometown.
John's hometown.
Yeah.
I thought Lincoln was already.
No, your hometown.
Oh, Fremont?
Yeah.
I didn't know there were places in
I
Fremont
think that's
that
where
were
Keena
without
lives.
power.
Yeah, that sucks.
Because I talked to my parents yesterday, and
they're good to go.
Yeah, they've been fine. But yeah, you really feel bad because there's a lot of folks who
she's in Omaha. Never mind.
Who are
tough luck for you.
elderly, have no place to go, and this weather has been
accusing someone
awful.
of living in Fremont.
Yeah, it's been a horrible.
Shut up, Iowa boy.
It's been a horrible. Yeah, you live in a tiny town, but yeah,
yeah,
it sucks.
With this weather, just oh man, and I say that they're still without power. That's not to say that the OPPD crews haven't been working their ass off, because they have.
Yeah,
but it just shows you how widespread something like this was, and how much it messed things up because of the tree damage and the power lines and everything else. So hopefully, God willing, we can get everyone back up very, very soon. But the mayor just had their press conference. So
the arch,
yes, the Kearney Arch. City crews are collecting branches from the curb. So for those of you who have a lot of tree damage, you can set your yard waste, out on the curb. Now the crews are only going to make one pass, right?
Okay.
And this project could take several weeks. So, and they will also not pick up yard waste bags that do not have stickers. So again, you may have to wait, but you can set it out by the curb and they will take it. There are still all of the drop-off sites that you can take your yard waste to. Levi Carter, 156th and F football field, Heffingler Park, Greenbrier Park, and Alves Park. And you can find out more on the city's website. If you have the ability to take the storm damage to those locations.
We just dropped off a bunch of trees from the girlfriend's backyard yesterday. And that football field one.
Yeah.
Really efficient.
Good.
Got it down to a science there.
I'm just wondering when my neighbor is going to fire up the wood chopper. He spent all weekend chopping down the tree branches.
Now it's time to grind
them up. I'm hoping, now he may need all the mulch. I don't know. I wonder how much mulch that will create. I would like some of that mulch.
I was going to say, can you get some of it?
I would like some of that mulch.
Yeah.
I've
That would be
decided
good mulch.
I want to get a leaf blower. When we were dropping stuff off yesterday, there was a very nice guy who had a leaf blower that he brought to blow out his truck, and I asked if I could blow out my truck. Leaf blower, great.
Oh, awesome.
I have a leaf blower.
Is it a leaf blower or a gas leaf blower?
No, it's electric.
Interesting.
But far weaker than the gas counterpart. I wish I had a gas leaf blower.
John, I thought I was going to get lifted off my truck bed when I put that thing down to blow the leaves out.
Well, maybe you need to, stop eating rice and maybe, get some more protein.
Chris writes, my daughter lives in an old part of Elkhorn. They still have no power.
Oh,
God, that was Wednesday. And as you said, losing power sucks all the time. Losing power during the extremes, though. Remember we had that extreme cold a couple of years ago. That was a horrible time to lose power. Extreme heat. It's just been oppressive over the last few days.
Yeah.
Thankfully, we're about to get out of this. And of course, by then, power will probably be back for everybody, which will be good. But it's like, damn, couldn't have some of that AC when it was 100 degrees.
Yeah. So, again, we're thinking about all of you. And hopefully everything will get back to somewhat normal here very, 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 very soon.
Indeed.
Coming up next, Mitch Sherman will join us. He was at the Saturday paid practice. He'll have his thoughts, his observations, and if it changed maybe some of his outlook on the upcoming season. That's coming up. Got a very busy next few segments coming up with a lot of very interesting guests.
Yeah.
So stand by. Next, 1620 The Zone. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us.
Hello, guys. The intent that he had in putting this staff together will overrule all of that, no pun intended. Yeah, you've got to get bigger and bolder every time, right?
Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch.
Well, we were just talking about the folks not getting their power back, and we mentioned our friend Kent Pavelka.
Yeah.
I just saw a tweet from him. He says he doesn't think they're going to get power back until Friday.
No!
That his neighborhood will be one of the last to get it back. So, Kent, if you need a place, you can come spend some time with us here in the studio we won't make you talk. If you need to just lay down on the floor and feel what it's like to be on a nice, cool, air-conditioned floor, you're more than welcome to stop
like
by.
a dog.
No, not like a dog.
Dogs love cold floors.
Well, yes.
Hot walk,
but
they come in the kitchen like, linoleum.
That'd be one of the first things I'd do when I got my power back after several days, just roll around on the floor.
Lay on the floor.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic.
And with that,
we welcome in Mitch. Mitch, I I hope that you didn't get too badly affected by the weather.
No, we're good. We're good. Some branches in the yard, which is nothing. Kent, you can come stay in my basement. I have a room with a bed. It's cold at night. You're welcome to do it.
There you go, Kent.
That's friends of the Grum right there.
That's friends of the Grum. We'll do anything for a legend.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because he must be preserved.
Yeah,
we cannot let him melting because it may happen very soon. They may finally get that tournament win. It almost happened last year.
We need him there.
He needs to be there.
He needs to be on the call for it.
It's like it almost won't count if it doesn't happen with him there. So please, Ken, just try to
stay
find
with
a
the
place.
Shermans.
Yeah, stay with the Shermans.
Come on out. We'll have a great time.
There you go.
I hear
a podcast.
We watch the Royals every night.
Well, Mitch, did anything surprise you from Saturday's practice?
I guess I was surprised that we got to see as much as we did, and I knew we were going to be able to be. I'm just like by reflex. I'm used to being kicked out after like 20 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm used to Seamus McKnight herding me out like I'm some kind of a mindless animal. Come on, like a branding iron.
I am not an animal. I am merely a practice observer. Sorry.
So we got to stay for the whole thing. That was surprising, even though we knew going in that would be the case. I wasn't surprised by, everybody wants to talk about the quarterback play, and that's really all I talked about when I was leaving. And I wasn't surprised by what I saw. I mean, Raiola was clearly the best one there, and just looks the most comfortable, the most in command, like embracing the leadership role. So that's good. I was surprised by the physical condition of a couple of the freshmen. Keona Davis, and he may not play this year. I don't know what kind of a pass rusher he is, how refined his talent is. This is a kid who was committed to Washington last year, a college football playoff team, and was ready to go be a Husky for Kalen DeBoer. And then we know what happened there, and he was back on the market in January, and Nebraska did the best job of all the schools that still had a spot. And we're still looking for a recruit in the final days, and I think they got a gem. He's listed as taller and then like 15 pounds heavier, 10 or 15 pounds heavier than when he signed. So not totally unheard of for an 18-year-old to still be growing. If that's the case with Keona Davis, he was Keona Wilhite when he committed and signed. That was the name that he used, and has changed up whatever the family situation is there. So I wasn't even entirely sure who I was looking at on the roster, and then kind of put that together. He's a physical specimen, one of the more physically imposing guys who Nebraska could bring off the edge. Now, that's not to say that he's going to be in that spot this year. I mean, they have Jamari Butler and Cam Lenhart and several others, James Williams. It's just the beginning. So down the road in the future, it's a name to know.
Mitch, rather than starting off with the quarterback, I wanted to ask you about the wide receiver room. I have been gathering some bullishness on that group over the last couple of weeks. You wrote about them in your column about that part of the roster. Am I wrong to feel like not just good, but like really good about the players that they have, whether it's some of the transfers or some of the young guys that you wrote about as well?
There doesn't seem to be any of that kind of uncertainty that we've had in past years. Last year at this time, we were, it was like walking on eggshells with the receivers. And it seemed like Garrett McGuire in his first year on the staff, like couldn't catch a break. And I don't mean just like this time, like August 5th, but like from August through mid-September, it was one hit after another, from Xavier Betts leaving the team for a second time to Isaiah Garcia Castaneda going down with a knee injury in the season opener, all kinds of stuff. And they weren't deep. And this year, I just feel like it's one of the more put together position groups on the whole team. And obviously Jamal Banks and Isaiah Nair are at the front end of that. But the fact that you're able to have receivers like Jalen Lloyd, who I think is primed to have a good year, Malachi Coleman, who's bigger and stronger and coming off injury, and then some of the other complementary pieces. I mean, Alex Bullock was a much needed piece for them last year. And he's able to slide back into like a possession receiver role, not trying to do too much with him. Garcia Castaneda's there. He's, I think, totally overlooked right now. If you're analyzing the position, Carter Nelson is a nightmare as a mismatch. There was a play in the scrimmage where he was being covered by a corner, and I mean, he could be extremely well covered. It doesn't matter. He's still going to throw the ball, and you put it in the right neighborhood, and guess who's catching it? Not the cornerback.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a weapon for Nebraska to use in his true freshman year. There is a lot there. Janiron Bonner, another guy who I think is overlooked in that same slot position where Nelson is playing. There's a lot there, and there's some big pieces at tight end also. Fedoni is I think he's primed to be a big upgrade over what we saw last year in his which was his first year back in good health.
Do you suppose that Jamal Banks could be the number one target this year?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think he's going to spread it around. And I think that's going to be what we find as the strength of Dylan Raiola is his ability. Remember in the spring game, like his first 10 completions were to like 10 receivers. And I don't expect him to be that efficient when they start going against Colorado and Big Ten teams. But I do think that he had one area where he's really just quite a bit different than the other quarterbacks on the roster, or at least the other ones that we've seen throw the ball on the roster. Is his ability and his comfort level to go to a second and third read. And that's just not Heinrich Haarberg's strength. It wasn't last year. It isn't this year. I think he's more accurate with his first read, but generally if that's not there, and we saw it on Saturday night, he's going to pull it down and try to get yards on the ground. And he can do that. It also is what got him hurt last year and caused him to miss the last couple of games. So Raiola is comfortable with it. You know, he's gone through progressions, both in his high school career, and then he's just learned to do it from being a student of the game in the way that he has with advanced levels of training and just some of the influences that he has had through his life at the quarterback spot. I'm talking about NFL quarterbacks, just teaching him how to play the game and going over film with him and talking to him about principles. Obviously that's something you have to be able to do to play at that level. And he's got it. So yeah, I do think Jamal Banks like goes into the season as the number one. And you saw Dylan, like from the beginning of that drive on Saturday night, and I don't want to put too much in that. They weren't even in full pads. It was one possession, but you saw him look to Jamal a lot. Like they got down near the goal line and he threw the fade to Banks, and Banks had a mismatch on Jeremiah Charles, who's an inexperienced corner, and he won the battle. And you haven't seen Nebraska throw a lot of fades like that for touchdowns in the last, 30 years. So, that's something that can be really, he did that in the spring game too. I think it was Nair who caught it that time. So I could see that like for the first time in any kind of recent history being a strength of this offense.
Mitch, I found, and you guys talked about it, you and Happer talked about it today on the Locked On Pod, the I guess the discourse, if you will, surrounding the quarterback position, given some of the back and forth that you had with some fans about Jeff Sims over the weekend. Yeah. And like, I feel like we have now reached that point in the Dylan Raiola experience where it's going to be a whole lot of, since there's still 3 weeks to go, 3.5 weeks to go until the game, of like, yeah, but how is this any different than last year? How is this any different than the last time that there was a hyped quarterback? So I'll just ask you that question. Why is it different this time around? Because I think it is. I certainly feel that way. Why do you feel that way as well?
Well, I would encourage people to be skeptical. You know, I mean, there's a reason when you've had just the horrendous track record that Nebraska has over the last decade and 2 decades, whatever. I mean, just underachieving, failing to meet expectations, having things just tend to go awry whenever it was possible, like at the worst moment. So, you know, don't start counting victories just because they've got a 5-star play in the position, but that's where it's different, is the talent level. I mean, I talked a few minutes ago about some of the reasons why I think Dylan is going to be capable and good at spreading the ball around, you know, in part because he's got talented receivers who can catch it at multiple positions. We didn't even talk about the running backs, but I think Ramir Johnson and Emmett Johnson can catch the ball out of the backfield. Getting into all of the reasons why Dylan is able to do that. On top of that, there's just the sheer talent factor. Nebraska's not had a quarterback who can throw the ball like him, who does it effortlessly, who can fling it, 60 yards in the air and beyond the money, who tends to hit most of those deep balls that he throws, but still is capable of doing the RPO stuff where it's a swing pass to a tight end and he hits him in motion, and instead of getting, -1 yards or 1 yard or 2 yards on the play, it goes for 8, 9, 10, 11. We've seen it. We've seen him do it. And it's not like we just started watching this guy. I haven't sat through all of his high school games, but it's not like we just started watching him in March during spring practice. He was in Lincoln as a high school freshman, or in the days after his high school freshman year. And, since then he's been on the radar of everybody here, because there was this very real chance that he was going to end up wearing this uniform. So we've been tuned in to what he's been doing for a number of years at a lower level. I get it, but he's always, or generally always, been able to deliver, and more so than winning games and scoring touchdowns, just being able to see the arm talent with him. And I think it's a different level than what Nebraska's had at the quarterback spot in a long, long time.
Mitch Sherman joining us from The Athletic. It's the worst kept secret in the world. We know that Dylan's the number one quarterback, but the fact that Rule won't outwardly come out and say it, at least at this point, how much of that do you think is a psychological effort to keep the other quarterbacks happy, or could it be more that it's a motivational factor for Dylan to not let him get too comfortable?
I think they know. I think they all know.
Yeah.
Dylan's not going to count his eggs before they hatch, and I think even if they named him the starter tomorrow, he would continue to work. Like, he's got that foundation. There's not really questions about like his desire to work and being able to know how to do the right things. He has enough of a support system around him. His sister moved here to keep eyes on him, and of course help the Nebraska football program. But it's unheard of. His uncle is the offensive line coach. His dad can be here at the drop of a hat. They're not going to let him get complacent just because, okay, he's been given the green light, or they've announced him as the starter. So whenever that day comes, I don't think there's going to be any concern at all about a drop in his intensity level or his focus. If anything, it'll probably go up a couple of notches, and that might even be the case if they did it this week, which I don't think will happen. I think they've come this far. They're going to wait until a week or so before the game, and then it'll be the inevitable. But you see it with the other quarterbacks too, and just listening to Heinrich Harburg talk. He understands. He knows the situation, and certainly Danny Kaelin does too. So why wait? I just think that they went through a situation, and it's not all about last year, but they went through a situation last year where they didn't let it play out. Not that it would have played out any different. I think Jeff Sims probably still wins the job if they had a real competition through the off season. His issues were more head related when he got into a game. It was just like performance anxiety or whatever it was. But he's still a freshman, and there's just no reason to rush it. Like, just let this thing go. And then when it gets to the right time, whenever they feel the right time is, whenever he's done everything he needs to do in camp to win the job, then they'll make the announcement.
Mitch, if the big takeaway from the practice on Saturday was Raiola, the second big takeaway, it seems for a lot of people there, was special teams concern. Where should the concern level look like right now, do you think, with that group?
Well, there was a special teams drill, but again, it's not like they were tackling or setting up returns. So you're just talking about the kicking, I take it, the punting, perhaps.
Yeah.
You see Alvano's not kicking right now, and we know he's hurt, and he'll be back. I thought the other two kickers looked fine. Hole and Nico Ottamanelli. So that wasn't a big concern, but yeah, it'd be nice to have Tristan out there if he's still the expected starter in week one, which I think, until we hear otherwise, he is. I know Buschini had an inconsistent year last year, and it seems like there were times where the ball just wasn't coming off his foot properly. I don't know. I'd have to see that in a scrimmage, and they're going to scrimmage on Saturday, but we won't be inside. I don't know that watching a punter go out in one practice and punt by itself is reason to be concerned. Like Ed Foley says, he's a pro and he's doing the things that, who knows where he was at with his training. If it was a day where, his leg was in recovery mode, I don't know where Buschini's at in his progression, but this is his, fifth year of college. I do trust that he's going to get himself in a spot to be able to kick the ball well when the season opens. Part of the problem that he's had the last couple of years is that he's not been able to stay healthy. Like he's taken a hit on a punt return or at some point, and that's tough. Like when you're a punter, you're kind of a finely tuned machine. A little injury, it's like a sports car. A little problem can be much worse than it is for a lineman. And he's gone to lengths to improve his physical condition this year so that, if he does get dinged, that it's easier for him to recover, or, he won't get injured if he gets run into on a punt return. I'm not panicking about Brian Buschini. I think there's bigger things to keep your eye on with this team right now. And if it does get to a place where you are concerned, then they have Camden Cook. They have another. It's not like they're going to some untested walk-on who's, from whom nothing is expected. I mean, Camden Cook is Sam Cook's kid, and I think he's the future of the punting position in Nebraska.
Not saying that I disagree with anything you just said, but just for argument's sake, if the kicking doesn't improve from last year, if they just kind of stand pat, can this team still hit those marks of being better than last year if special teams doesn't also kind of get drug along with it? Or do you kind of see that as part and parcel of the same thing where a team has to get better as its special teams grows?
Well, I mean, if they're better on offense and they're better on defense and they're the same on special teams, then I think they'll be a better team. But
sure,
I don't know that to go from obviously the expectation, the hope is from year one to year two that you improve in every area by a lot.
Yeah.
I think some areas are going to come faster than the others. And this year, the offense looks like the area that's poised to have the biggest improvement. So maybe they have a significant improvement on offense and, a little jump on defense. They do some things better. It was good defense last year, and they make a little jump on special teams. I mean, that's going to be major. That's not going to hold them back. What you want to avoid, obviously, is taking a step back in any phase of the game. I'm not looking at this right now, whatever's going on special teams. I mean, if it is just talking about us watching Buschini not punt all that well in one practice, and I didn't even really see that. It's not like I wasn't measuring his punts. I was down on the field level when he was kicking, and I thought both those guys looked fine. I did see some stuff on social media from some of the fans after the practice. It was like, oh, Buschini's. I don't know. To me, it was fine. I've watched punters in practice before, and he may have been working on one specific thing with a new step that he's working on, or trying to kick the ball a little bit different in one practice. Like I said, he's been around the game for a long enough time that I think he'll get to the place that he wants to be when August 31st arrives.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. Mitch, thank you very much. Appreciate it, and have an enjoyable week.
Okay, thanks. Same to you guys. Take care.
Thank you, Mitch.
Mitch Sherman, who joins us every Monday at 3:45 here on the program.
And Kent will soon be staying in his basement. Stay cool, everybody. A question that we don't have time for right now, but Eric asked on YouTube, what is a realistic expectation to put into numbers for Dylan for the season? Does it really even come down to numbers, or is it how his teammates flourish around him?
Well, I mean, it's...
If the latter happens, the former will happen.
Yeah, exactly. If one happens, the other will.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I don't know if
we've tried to figure out what
good
numbers look like, and it just depends on what are you expecting from the offense overall. I will say that you asked me in December, when all the smoke started popping up with him, hey, what kind of numbers can we expect from the offense? I have completely changed my viewpoint on the passing game. But that's because I think that he is going to be thrown to a good group of players, whether it's Banks, whether it's Nayor, whether it's a bunch of these young guys, Fedoni. I think that there is talent there. It's certainly a much better room than last year. How good can it be? We'll find out. I think Banks could be close to 1,000-yard receiver if the offense is, humming along. Will he? I don't know. Can the second guy get to 700 or 800? That's to go back to Adrian again. But that was what was key. They had a 1,000-yard guy in Stanley Morgan and an 800-yard guy in J.D. Spielman and a 1,000-yard rusher. I don't think they have the last thing, but could the top two receivers combine for 1,700 yards? That's how you have an offense that is making large strides. And we'll have Sipple on tomorrow. Man, he wrote in his column this weekend, this should be a fun offense to watch. Yes, I know what a mess the offense was last season. I believe we're about to see a somewhat remarkable turn of events on that side of the ball. What does that mean? I cannot wait to ask him.
And yet
that tomorrow.
this guy is sitting here going, "Oh, I can't pull the trigger on the."
Oh, he's going to do it. He just doesn't want to yet. He wants to wait. He's like, Rule's not going to name him the starter. Sipple's not going to name the record 8-4. He's going to wait until as long as possible.
It's record edging.
Oh, indeed.
Coming up next, we're going to talk with Scott Ward, who represents several of the online gambling interests, and Nebraska is looking into changing its sports gambling law. But in order to do that, the legislature's got to act first, and then the voters have to act after that. But we're on the clock. We're going to find out more about that. Scott Ward will join us with the Sports Betting Alliance next on 1620 The Zone. So as we have discussed a couple of times over the last 2 weeks, the legislature is in special session. The governor seemingly has put his support behind a piece of legislation that would open the door to potentially bringing online sports gaming to the state of Nebraska. As you know, right now, the only place you can bet on sports is by going to the brick and mortar casinos here in Omaha and Lincoln, Columbus, I believe Bonner Park, Grand Island. And those are, of course, the only ones that are attached to horse tracks, because that's what we approved in the 2020 election. Well,
sadly,
we are a bit under a time crunch here in order to have the potential of getting legal online sports gaming in Nebraska by sometime next year. And to explain that in a little bit better detail, Scott Ward represents the interests of a group called the Sports Betting Alliance, places like our good friends at FanDuel and others trying to get information out there about, hey, this is what can happen if you guys can make this possible. And Scott joins us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. Scott, good afternoon. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks so much. Appreciate you having me.
As we found out last week, there's a random cornfield in Iowa getting about 500,000 hits to online sports gaming. Shed a little more light on just how much migration is happening, especially from Omaha into Iowa, just to be able to place online sports bets.
Absolutely. So big picture, 30 states across the country have mobile sports betting. Of course, Nebraska does not. You have retail sports betting in the state, but you're surrounded by it. Iowa, Kansas, Colorado, Wyoming all have mobile sports betting. And so what we learned, the stat you're talking about, is there's a company called GeoComply that actually make sure that you're in a state that's legal or not when you try to place a legal sports bet. And what we learned is that they have blocked 4.5 million attempts to make a legal sports bet in the state of Nebraska in the last year. But there were 500,000 bets made just across the line, which is what you're referencing, which states came from Nebraska residents who are driving across the border to place a legal sports bet in Iowa because they can't currently in Nebraska. We know there's a massive, massive desire for mobile sports betting in the state of Nebraska.
Scott, you mentioned that 4.5 million attempt number, and I wanted to ask you about that because, I guess my first question is, how does something like that happen, just given that we know it's not legalized here? Is that people, trying to get around things, trying to use VPNs or something, and still they're getting blocked? How does something like that happen?
Well, it's because maybe you've seen some advertising. Maybe there's some advertising on your station for these legal sports books. And so people hear those, people see it, they want to participate, they want to place a bet on whatever game they're watching. And so they download the app, which you can do, and then they try to make a bet. And of course, when they try to make that bet, they're blocked. Unfortunately, what a lot of folks do is they then go to the illegal market, Bovada and other companies out there that will tell you they're legal, that are online, and they will go make those bets there. So we know that there was 4.5 million attempts to make a legal bet in the state of Nebraska in the last the last 12 months, excuse me. We don't know how many illegal bets were made, probably that or more, because there's no way to track those.
Scott Ward joining us with the Sports Betting Alliance as Nebraska looks into the possibility of online sports gaming here in the state. I'm curious what the numbers say. You mentioned there's 30 states out there that have, legal sports betting right now. What have the numbers been able to say about what the difference is between the online or the betting app wagering versus the brick and mortar sportsbook wagering? Because we heard, for example, last week that Iowa saw a 10-fold increase in their volume just by allowing the sports betting apps to go online. Is that universal across the country?
Generally, it is, yes. What we see is in states with both retail and mobile sports betting, 90% or more, frankly, it gets higher in some states, up to 95% of all bets made are made on your phone. So that Iowa experience is probably what you would see with Nebraska, where you're getting a lot of activity for the retail. There's a lot of desire to do this. And by the way, going back to your previous question, people want to do this legally. And so they try to do it legally first. They can't. And then they turn to other means. And so they go to the retail. They try to bet online legally. They can't. They go to other means. And so we would expect, yes, probably tenfold the amount of activity you're seeing now in the retail books would happen online. Most of that coming from the illegal market. People who have no other option. People who are going to Iowa and will have to stop doing. Well, will be able to stop doing that. Excuse me. Will then be betting online in Nebraska.
Do you suppose, Scott, I don't know if you have this data, but you just mentioned people want to do the legal option first before they do the offshore books. How much of that, obviously a lot of that could be motivated by just wanting to, quote unquote, do the right thing. But how much of that also is that some of the interests that you represent can offer you better deals? We talk about it all the time with our FanDuel spots about, some of the bonuses and things that you can get. Is that something that's more prevalent when you go through the legal? Because they're competing in a legitimate area versus those maybe offshore who know that, hey, people are coming to us because they really want to do it, and it's not as much a competitive advantage that they have.
The legal market, we like to talk about how the legal market really has to compete against that illegal market. It's a unique, sort of system we have here. You mentioned I represent the Sports Betting Alliance. The Sports Betting Alliance is FanDuel, DraftKings, BetMGM, and it's Fanatics. 4 of the largest sports books in the country. The reason they're working together on this is for the reason you just talked about. That what the legal market can offer consumers is so much safer and better in terms of actual product offering, but also in terms of consumer protections, in terms of responsible gambling, in terms of making sure that minors don't get onto these than the illegal market. And so once a state legalizes, what we see is that there's a flock to these legal sites because, again, there's polling that shows this. I can't tell you the exact one, but it sort of happens over and over again. People want to do things legally if they can. They'd rather legally if they have the option to do so. And so they do. And as you said, there's promotions, there's, actual knowledge that you're going to get paid if you win.
Right.
You don't know that happens on a legal site.
Great point.
Scott, what does the rest of this year look like? There was the report last week from the Journal Star that if this isn't able to get in front of voters in Election Day 3 months from today, November the 5th, it wouldn't be possible until 2026, and we're missing out. The state is on tens of millions of dollars. One report was $100 million. Like, what does the next few months look like with this?
Well, if we're successful in the special session, we'll see it on the ballot. There's been some polling that shows that 65% of Nebraskans want to have legalized sports betting. I bet you that number would be much higher if you just ask, do you want to be able to decide for yourself? We see that over and over again in states, in the 80 to 90%, that people in the states want to be able to decide for themselves on these issues, not told how to do it, by the legislature or others in the state. And so if we get it on the ballot, we do believe it'll pass. If we can't get it through the special session this year, then it's going to take some time. But, this is going to keep coming back.
Yeah.
Again, there's such a massive demand for this. Just, again, from the freedom of an adult to spend their entertainment dollar issue, not just putting the money aside, right? Just people want to be able to do this. They want to be able to do it safely and legally. And so this is going to keep coming back. From a tax dollar standpoint, yes, we're hearing about, 30 million plus in tax revenue. So if you delay 2 years, if you wait till 26, and then you got to write the reg, and then it comes online sometime in 27. Yeah, it could be $100 million loss to the state if you don't do it in a special session.
Scott Ward, Sports Betting Alliance. So, Scott, I know we have a lot of people in our listening audience who want to see this legalized. They want to see the ability to bet with one of your clients here in the state, but they're feeling right now, what can I do? What can I do? What can they do right now, Scott, on this August the 5th to see that, they have the ability to vote on this in November?
The best thing you can do is reach out to your legislator. Call them, write them an email if you can. You can go to sportsbettingalliance.com. That's our website, and we can get you connected there as well to send an email. But, tell your legislator you want to vote in this. They need to hear from folks out there that this is an important issue to them. State legislators do a lot of different things. They have a lot of things pulling in their way. So they really need to hear from you that you want them to do this, and that would make a big difference.
Scott Ward, Sports Betting Alliance. Scott, we appreciate the info on this. We're certainly going to be watching this very closely because our dream one day is to be able to tag out one of our commercials with
21 plus and present in Nebraska.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Indeed. And not 21 plus and present in some cornfield just on the other side of the Missouri River. Scott, thanks a lot.
Thank you, Scott.
Absolutely, guys. Thank you.
Scott Ward of the Sports Betting Alliance.
Put me on the spot. I was like, crap, wait, what am I supposed to say here? And then
I figured you knew.
And then it hit me. 21 plus,
President
President Nebraska.
Yep.
Oh, that'd be nice. Be nice. Like he said, give people the choice. Let adults choose if they want to participate.
Sure.
You don't have to do it.
Well, and the other thing, too, is the integrity that's behind it. I'm glad he mentioned the payouts. And sure, some of you probably engage in this. You probably use some of the offshore accounts or the illegal accounts, and you haven't had any issues. But
I know some people who have, though.
There is a comfort in knowing when you're dealing with a FanDuel or a Circa, that is something that is legislated here in the United States, and you know it's on the up and up, and you know if you have a dispute, you can go to them, and if you can't get satisfaction there's a process you can go through, right?
Yeah.
Also, you have the freedom of competition, right? If you don't like the prices you're getting at this sports book, you can
Shop
do another
around
one.
and
It's giving you the opportunity to shop around.
We talk all the time with Todd Furman. He'll join us again this football season on Thursdays, and that is one of the things that he says. Him and Payne mention that on Bet the Board all the time. Hey, we like this line, such and such -3, but shop around. There's still some 3.5s out there that you can get, or whatever, or 2.5 rather. Whatever it is, you can find those other numbers elsewhere. Yeah, having that opportunity because it's legalized. Not to mention all of the things that it has caught. That everyone wants to clutch the pearls about these athletes doing things, but 10 years ago, we probably don't know about a whole lot of these things because it is happening underground rather than above.
Exactly. We'll keep you posted on what's happening in the special session. But coming up next, it's time for a Kansas City Chiefs training camp update with Mitch Holtis. And, oh, my. There's breaking news today from the Chiefs.
What?
And there is some serious Chiefs disrespect.
Again?
Like
worse than they'll lose in the first round and the Chargers are going to win the AFC West?
That is the worst disrespect out there.
Great
because it's picking a known cheater. A known cheater. Andy Reid has never been accused of spying on the opponent.
Hard to argue with that specific
Jim Harbaugh
way.
has.
The way you described it, yes, I cannot argue with that.
Mitch Holt is next, 1620 The Zone.
exciting. I mean, it's crazy. I'm on year 3, so I can definitely feel everything I felt rookie year with the rookies coming in, not knowing the plays, everything's new, being out there like your head's cut off, and then the second year and being a year under your belt and coming back with a little more confidence and trying to learn the playbook a little more. Just knowing this defense, we're a bunch of hard-nosed football players, and Coach Spags loves that, and he will tell you every time he sees you, our cornerbacks will tackle and our safeties will cover. And I think that's just so dynamic because you'll see guys playing the nickel, playing the corner, playing the safety. Like, we got a group of guys that can do it all, truly, jack of all trades. And being in a system like that has made it so much fun because you just can do so much. You know, it's football. You're used to just playing on the outside, playing the corner all game. But nah, let me go at the nickel. Let me play the safety. Let me see something else. So I would hate to be an opposing quarterback just trying to figure out what guys where. But for us, it's been a lot of fun.
Defensive back Trent McDuffie joining our next guest, Mitch Holtis, the voice of the Chiefs. It's week 2 of our training camp updates brought to you by Hy-Vee, official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. Here's a young man who has grown into his position and has enjoyed 3. This will be what, year 4, correct?
Year 3.
Or 3, sorry.
Yeah, he's year 3.
I'm counting one too many. But not bad considering, 2 Super Bowls, going for a 3rd.
And he's 7-0 in the playoffs. The group that he was drafted with, there were 5 defensive backs in that Uber class of 2022, and they're a combined 35-0 in the playoffs. I mean, it's ridiculous. But the thing with Trent is now he's starting to get listed. When you start talking about Patrick Surtain, the second, who I think is outstanding, Sauce Gardner, the Jets, and you start talking about the elite young corners in the league, McDuffie's now in that discussion. In fact, to the point where he was named first-team All-Pro last year, McDuffie. And that's, more so than Pro Bowl. If you make All-Pro, that's the real stuff. So people recognize him. He is number 2 in NFL history by a corner in the sacks he's had and the pressures on quarterbacks in his first 2 years. He's now got a different role. He'll play outside more than that inside slot. That's going to be a discussion and for this team. And can they be to keep him in coverage, but to lose him as a slot blitzer? And yet Spags will still blitz him some. He's a phenomenal pass rusher. He rushes the passer not like a D-back where it looks like a newborn calf. He rushes a blitzer. I mean, if he blitzes and rushes like the Bosa boys. I mean, he's just Max Crosby. He's got all that down. So McDuffie's just a splendid athlete and terrific. You guys would hire him today to work at your station.
Mitch, as the defense has improved in the Patrick Mahomes era, I wonder how you would describe the shift in mindset that side of the ball has taken, but also the franchise as a whole has taken.
Yeah, it's an excellent question, and I think it's primarily the reason they've won 2 Super Bowls here is that they're now a comprehensive team. Today, in fact, we've got a new podcast I think we're posting here very soon, but we did a live stream today from practice, and we were talking about the quarterbacks. And I said the biggest thing for Mahomes to me, now think about this one. So last year the Chiefs won. Mahomes, I'll do the precursor this way. Mahomes is number 1 in NFL history in average passing yards per game, 296.1. But last year, he won 5 regular season games and 3 of the 4 playoff games when he was under that number. Now, the point here is he has learned ways to win without throwing high-volume passing yards. He has to throw 350 or 400 to win the game. That has been a significant change or addition to Patrick Mahomes' repertoire. So that goes back to answer your question, because the defense now comes into play. There's times Patrick recognized, I'm going to play to our defense here instead of trying to do something wild and wacky. And that has been a big deal in the fact that this team has been able to win 2 in a row.
Speaking of Patrick Mahomes, the NFL 100 list has been revealed. And this is the vote by the players.
John.
And not only was Patrick Mahomes not number 1, he wasn't even the number 1 rated quarterback. He was the 4th overall rated player and 2nd quarterback behind Lamar Jackson. Have they legalized all the previously illegal substances in the NFL locker rooms? Because this is a crazy vote, in my opinion.
And I don't know, is it all the players vote on this? Or is this
No, I don't think it's all the players, but I think
Yeah.
I'm not sure how they exactly do it. Do they offer a ballot to everybody, or is it just a select few?
Wait a minute. I just found that I answered my own question. It's Max Crosby, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson. I guess you can vote for himself. Sean Payton. Okay, very interesting list.
But isn't that odd? I mean, the guys won the last three out of the last 4 Super Bowls, 3 out of the last 5 Super Bowls. It's insane.
This kind of feels weird, though. This is like when you were at Wisner Pilger High School, and the girl was really popular in school, but she couldn't get homecoming queen because they're like, I'm not going to vote her for homecoming queen. She's too popular. That's kind of some of this for whatever reason. There's a little bit of envy, I think, that's there. But you got to be, I mean, I don't know what planet you're on if you don't recognize that he's the best player in the National Football League. I mean, what is 74-22 as a starting quarterback? How's that translate? He has every record. He has every record of any quarterback in the first 6 years, other than Aaron Rodgers has like fewest interceptions by 0.002. I mean, numerically, it's there. I have no idea where that nobody minds around here. I guess I'm cranky about it, but that's okay. That'll get over it.
Mitch, I think Josh has some information. I think Josh has some information on who voted on this.
So I found Mitch a story from GQ Sports at the about a week and a half ago.
GQ. You've been on the cover many times, Mitch.
So senior talent producer.
Such a great sport. That's a sports authority is GQ Sports.
So
oh my God.
Couple guys named Aaron O'Toole and Kelly Camp, and I believe they work for the NFL Films. So I'm going to read from the story. Here's how it all goes down. And this is going to give us the answer for why Mahomes is fourth. You ready?
Oh, good.
Voting happens during the season, typically from Thanksgiving to New Year's.
Oh!
When it's clear which players have separated themselves from the pack in a given year. O'Toole and Camp go into locker rooms at the team facilities with paper ballots, asking players to rank their top 20 guys in the NFL. So, if you think of last year, I mean, what happened right before New Year's? The Christmas Day game, the offense was going through some fits and starts. It does not happen after the Super Bowl. So that does explain it, because I had the same reaction, like, what the hell? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, that's a real good time to do it. Like, there's nothing happens after the first of the year in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can't do it at February the 15th, or we can't get all the code written so we can get the game out. I don't know. Why don't you wait till 15 February and then burn some midnight oil? But to do it between Thanksgiving and the first of the year, I mean, it's mid-season, really, and no playoff impact here. So, okay.
Weird. Very weird.
You nailed it, buddy. You got it.
I did have to ask this, though, Mitch. I saw there were some tweet photos and others who were saying that John Gruden was at Chiefs practice yesterday.
The last 2 days walked right by me. So we've forgetting the whole bunch.
Did you yell, security? Security!
Yeah. I'm like, what? That looks like John Gruden. He's been hanging out. See, he and Coach were on the same staff at Green Bay.
Yep.
They were together on Mike Holmgren's staff, on that Uber staff. And so that's part of it. These guys have been dudes since way back when. And I think John just needs a football fix. So, yeah.
You weren't tempted to say,
nobody was
hey,
here, though, from Washington.
Are you sure you weren't tempted to say something like, hey, John, remember that bus trip you took around the stadium after you beat us that one time?
Oh, that crossed my mind, but I thought then better of it.
Mitch Holtis.
Forgiveness.
Yeah, that's all right. He can't hurt you anymore. Not that he really did much hurting of you when he was coaching the Raiders.
Didn't really hurt us too much before. No, I don't worry.
Mitch Holtis.
Therapy over John Gruden pain.
Voice of the Chiefs brought to you by Hy-Vee, official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. What do we look forward to tomorrow?
Well, I think we're going to try to change the voting for the top 100 players and do it in September.
Good idea.
So, we're Hollywood Brown. That's where we're headed tomorrow.
Oh, good.
We need to discuss him and what he could mean, he could mean for the team, but what this could be for him too. I think he's ready to go another level. This is kind of the guy who's ready to jump another level. So, I cornered Hollywood earlier today. So
sounds good. Mitch Holtis. Thanks, Mitch. Talk to you tomorrow.
Boys. Yep.
Mitch joining us throughout the next couple of weeks with Chiefs training camp update.
By the way, a few comments in the YouTube channel.
No.
Mike Stibbs. Christ. I don't miss this bleep. To which Levi in Colorado, Scott and CJ all add a handshake emoji. This is what I'm happy to announce. I'm not happy to announce this. Michael will be unable to fill in on Friday. Very sad. But Stibbs will be in. And Mitch Holtis will join us.
So I may tune in from Iowa for this one. So I want to hear this.
Michael won't be in, but Michael will be in.
That's true. Yes. Michael won't. Michael will on Friday.
Oh, that'll be good.
Yeah. Normally when you're gone, I do what the interview was originally intended as, and that is 2 questions. See you later.
Mm-hmm.
But on Friday, I think we're going to have a bit more of a deep dive conversation with Mitch.
I think we should.
Yeah, many questions. I might just sit there and say, have at it, boys.
Not a bad idea. Did not mention this, and it's probably worthy of a
Sports Flash.
Oh? Time for an Unsportsmanlike Conduct Sports Flash update.
Sports Flash.
From the Sports Flash Sports Desk.
What happened?
The Chiefs.
Oh.
And Harrison Butker.
I was like, what did I miss?
Oh.
Have agreed to
Sports Flash.
A new 4-year, $25 million extension. I blew that one.
Yeah, that was horrible.
That's all right. I wanted to get these in instead.
Sports
The deal
all of them,
ties
Nick, get all of them on
Butker
the
page.
to Kansas City through
Sports Flash.
the 2028 season. Butker, according to Adam Schefter, represented and negotiated the deal himself.
We need all of them. We need all of them back together, Nick.
There you go.
See, I have them all together on another page. I wasn't expecting John just to go.
Well, I saw them there, and I thought, this would be perfect timing.
Stick to sports. Congrats to Butker.
Negotiated himself. He doesn't even have to. No agent is getting a cut of this. He's getting the whole thing.
Yeah, he's like Lamar Jackson.
Says a lot about the Chief and their core belief systems, doesn't it?
I'm not going to. What are they going to do? Cut him because he has horrible opinions? No. That's not how society works. Right?
I would hope not.
You can't cut a guy because he has stupid things to say.
Did he?
So you're saying cancel culture doesn't exist?
Yeah, of course not.
Well,
yeah. What are they going to do? Cut the guy? That said, the Schadenfreude.
Oh, there's much of it. There's much of it.
When he or if he blows a game, I'll log on to twitter.com for that.
They should make him the team chef.
Nice, Nick. That's funny.
He didn't actually say they were going to stay barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen.
He just wants it.
Mm-hmm.
We're not even going to go there.
You're the one who brought this topic up.
He signed, Super Bowl winning kicker.
This happened like 8 hours ago. This isn't even a sports flash.
I just wanted to get the stick to sports in. Listen, your boy, what's his ass, the so-called NBA insider genius. Hey, look, Fred Hoiberg's going to be the Huskers coach a week after everyone knew about it.
So you're the same.
This is only
Woj, handshake me.
This was only 2 hours ago, according to Sheffield. Two hours.
It was during the show? I thought it was before the show.
Well, I saw it during the show.
Oh, so wow, you're just way behind the news.
He's on the Jimmy
we
Allen
do talk
internet.
about things that had already happened, and to Chiefs fans, this might be breaking news.
No, I know, but you're having your cake and eating it too. You wanted to talk about it so you could play the Six of Sports drop.
I did.
I was talking about the non-sports, and you said I don't want to talk about that.
I didn't say I didn't want to talk about that.
I thought you just said let's move on.
No, I didn't say let's move on.
Didn't he just say let's move on?
I'm confused about everything.
All
right now, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, you should.
There we go.
That's the one we were waiting for.
Thank you.
Well, coming up, how much would you pay to have Snoop root for your team? And do you have any trust issues with Nebraska football?
Let's be your therapists.
Kind of.
We can be great
But
therapists.
this is a branch off of something we talked about with Mitch Sherman an hour ago.
Oh no, the laughter isn't that the topic is bad. I'm looking forward to the topic.
I think the topic is good. In fact, I have a question to ask off of that.
All right, that they should have trust issues. Speaking of trust issues, it doesn't seem like any Indiana fans have that with their new coach.
No.
They are all in on Mr. Signetti.
No.
Kurt, don't call me Kignetti Signetti.
They love it.
Yeah.
Talk more about that, too, in the happy hour. Next on 1620 The Zone.
It'd be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice
Through.
The happy hour is on the air!
I think you need to find out how long they're going because, man, everybody when they finish is just going straight to the ground.
Oh, are you not listening? I found it.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
No, I didn't hear
So
it.
we have the Olympics on. John's really getting into the triathlon.
No, I'm not. Nick was just getting
He called
into
it the triathlon.
No. Nice.
No, the triathlon, what would that be? That would be, okay, a gas mow.
Painting.
No, I don't do that much. Gas mow, walking Wrigley, and
Bad takes.
and driving back and forth from Omaha to Lincoln.
That is
That's the triathlon.
That's the triathlon.
All right, so the distances for the triathlon in the Olympics, because there are a variety of triathlons, including the Ironman, which is it's like a 2-mile swim, 100 and something mile bike ride.
Wasn't the Ironman separate?
Yeah, it's not that they don't do the Ironman at the Olympics.
Yeah.
They just do.
I just want to know what the triathlon is.
Well, I just wanted to talk about that too.
Well,
the distance here is a 1,500 meter swim, so close to a mile. A 40K bike ride, 24.9 miles, and then they run 6.2 miles at the end.
Okay.
Oh, that sounds horrible.
That explains why they're like all going to the ground and
would
vomiting. That was the sport last week with the vomiting.
Okay. No. Oh, I thought the sport with the vomiting was just swimming in the river.
No, that was the triathlon.
Oh,
at least I thought it was.
Do me one more solid.
Yeah.
What was the temperature today in Gay Prairie?
Paris weather.
It'll probably give me in Celsius, so we got to figure it out.
No. I don't know what time that event took place. Now,
it looked like in the afternoon.
All right, so I'll just go with 2:00, 83 degrees.
So in runner's temperature, that's 197?
109 maybe degrees.
Now it makes
100
sense.
degrees.
Now
Plus
it makes sense.
the swimming, plus the biking. Ugh, that sounds horrible. That is a sport that I will not get into.
No?
No.
Because Josh hates bicyclists, remember? Because they keep coming up behind him and scaring him.
Stay on your left. That's all I'm asking for, old men.
What if I'm coming on your right?
Then that'd be weird because I'd be running on the left side of the trail. I wouldn't do that.
Do you guys have tiny baby trails? How big are the trails? Like wide?
Sidewalks.
Yeah, it's a sidewalk.
It's a sidewalk.
Yeah.
It's not like a super sidewalk? Because the trails in Lincoln, it's like a wide sidewalk.
Cunningham, very wide sidewalk. Zarinsky, tiny baby sidewalk. Some people don't like going to Zarinsky because you got these cyclists that are doing workouts.
Well,
out
it's
there.
just
It's like, chill out,
They don't
bro.
like Zarinsky because he was a Democrat. That's why.
Oh, I love this guy. I don't even know this man.
He was the former mayor of Omaha, then a U.S. senator who sadly passed away when I believe he was in office.
I bet you were cheering it on. Yeah, another lib dead.
No, I wasn't.
Get out of here, Z. Thank you, Nick. Thank you for reminding me.
That was back when Democrats were good.
Interesting.
No, I'd have to look up when, I think it was early 80s, but Ed Zarinsky was his name, and that's why they call it Zarinsky.
Steve writes, the triathlon, whining, bitching, and complaining.
That's like the opposite of Jack's slogan for his restaurant.
Yes, yeah. That's how John would describe Popeyes.
That's what you do at John's Dive Bar.
Whine, bitch,
There is
complain.
no whining, ladies and gentlemen, before it's time.
Interesting.
Speaking of the Olympics, you know, the NBC has had the Snoop Dogg everywhere. He's been everywhere. The Snoop Dogg. He's been everywhere, supporting his country. He ain't doing it for free.
Well, yeah, he's a broadcaster, John. You'd expect him to do all this.
Is he?
Content?
I thought he was just there to be a super fan.
Oh no, he's on NBC.
Yeah. He's got takes and stuff.
Yeah, he's doing like a show.
Oh, he is. I didn't know.
Yeah,
this.
well,
I thought he was just there.
That'll explain the money that he's getting paid.
Apparently he's getting. Would you like to guess how much Snoop?
Well,
is
didn't you
getting?
put it in the Grum down earlier?
Yeah,
isn't it $500,000?
No, buddy. Well, but that's $500,000 per day.
Holy God! I should have been Snoop Dogg.
You should have been Snoop Dogg.
I always talk about jobs I should have had. Why didn't I think of being Snoop Dogg?
Yes, according to
doing rap in LA
according
in the
to
90s.
an NBC exec who was overheard at dinner. Now, some of this could be a little, but it sounds like he's getting $500K a day.
Yeah, that's nice.
To
So yeah, because he works
cheer on the United States.
To be a broadcaster.
To be a broadcaster.
He does a show with who is the woman?
Is it a podcast?
Who is the woman who went to jail that one time?
Martha Stewart.
He does a thing
The
with
cooking
her.
show. I don't know if they still do that. Do they?
Yeah.
For this?
They are like on Peacock. They do stuff like they did an equestrian bit. This week.
but she's doing the Olympics.
Yeah,
too?
they're both there. Yeah, together.
Martha Stewart and Snoop are like a thing.
Yeah, they're
it's really fun.
Well, it's a program. I mean, Snoop was in jail too, right? Didn't Snoop?
I mean,
yeah,
Snoop has done things.
Yeah, but I think he also had or am I thinking of someone?
Yeah,
else?
yeah. He was in. Yeah, looks like
Snoop's got a
felony.
rap sheet.
Yeah, felony possession of drugs, 3-year prison.
So is
sentence.
that the name of their podcast? Felons and Food.
Felony Boys.
Snoop possession of drugs.
Yeah, Nick. Sorry, I got something to break for you.
What?
My favorite one.
Back in the day when we had respectable people in office like Nancy Reagan, they would put people in jail for taking drugs.
One of my favorite things with Snoop Dogg.
Nancy Reagan did a lot of things.
Was
I knew you would go there.
Was when the Rams were in the Super Bowl a few years ago, and the Super Bowl was in LA. First of all, that halftime show was great, but there's this video behind the scenes where he takes a little toke right before he hops onto the stage. Did you even watch
that was
this?
just a Marlboro.
Oh,
it's
no,
legal
actually,
there. It's fine.
Actually, did you watch it or were you walking?
I actually went outside to pick up dog poop.
Stress pooping.
Yeah,
stress
I was
picking.
picking up dog poop, and I guess the show went so damn
Try
long.
after
When I
John.
got back in, he was still going.
Yeah,
it was a great.
I liked that halftime show.
I liked it a lot.
Plus, the set design was really good.
The game was even better.
It was fun.
Especially the finish.
Game was fine.
It was the best Super Bowl ever, people say.
Do they?
I like seeing Joe Burrow lose.
Wow, that's right. I forget that you hate Joe Burrow and his
just
new
don't like his
Eminem,
vibe.
his new Eminem haircut.
I just don't like his vibe.
Yeah,
I don't like his
Nick,
vibe.
I know. There's an alternate universe where Nick, when he picks his favorite team, picks the Bengals on accident and is weirdly like the biggest Joe Burrow. Like, we feel like I don't think he's insufferable, but some Chiefs fans probably view you as insufferable.
Mm-hmm.
There's an alternate world where you're even more insufferable because you believe in your quarterback, because you talk yourself into believing in Tua. Nobody believes that you believe in him.
I like Tua.
But Joe Burrow, you'd be like, he's definitely better. Just got to get healthy.
I think if the Dolphins could just have a quarterback and a wide receiver for a whole season, they'll be fine.
He was healthy the whole season last year.
Tua was, not Tyreek.
They've had that before and haven't won a Super Bowl.
They're good.
Yeah, but Waddle can't go as deep.
Oh my gosh.
He
only runs a 4.3.
Only, that's what I'm
And
saying.
by the way, speaking of that NFL 100
Yeah,
list,
Tyreek number 1.
I'm sorry, Tyreek Hill is not the best player in the
He's
NFL.
not the best receiver.
I agree. Exactly.
Justin Jefferson. See, but again, the voting happened when
In
it
that
did.
window.
And, that was before he really started getting banged up. And look, he does break the defense. You have to use or work around his speed more than a lot of players in the NFL. Just like Christian McCaffrey. It is funny because I was like, that doesn't make any sense to me. But then you figure out, they voted before the Chiefs went on that hellacious run.
Ridiculous.
But it's like
Right,
way overreactionary. He will be the best player in the NFL until he is hurt or someone really takes the mantle away.
But then the other thing that doesn't make sense, Kelsey was number 9 in that
and
same
he
list.
sucked in the regular season.
Bingo.
Though I guess they were probably like, he'll be fine in the playoffs. So I guess I want something.
Yeah, but then they didn't apply that same logic
To
theoretically to Mahomes.
Yeah.
Because let's face it. Sorry, Lamar. Overrated.
Wow. Well, he's not the second best player in the league. I would
No, he's
So
not.
he's overrated from that perspective. He's definitely in the top 10.
I don't think he's the second best quarterback.
That is Josh Allen,
Nope.
Nick. Say Josh Allen.
I refuse.
It's Josh Allen.
I will never say his name.
I'm becoming Bill Spilled again, by the way. I am very much because I've already planted my flag.
Oh,
it's like I'm on the moon.
Why do you keep picking these bad things?
Because he just wants to bug me.
No.
I guess, but I mean, he's
Hey, Peyton Manning, if you kept picking Peyton Manning in the odds, eventually you were right. Josh Allen is he's gonna prove me right one of these years.
The Bills more like the poops.
It's gonna be, I think I have landed on my Super Bowl pick. And it is
that means you're
pick
also
the Bills
that means
every
you're-
season.
That
No.
means you're also
did I pick
trusting
last year?
You're
Let me look.
also trusting
9/11 boy.
Sean McDermott.
I know.
I mean,
forgot about
it
the
takes
9/11
more than
thing.
just a good quarterback to win a Super Bowl, as we have found out many times.
Yeah, he's a good coordinator. He's a good defensive coach. All right, who did I pick last year? Let me see. Last year, Nick, I don't think I picked the Bills. I picked the Bills. All right, now I want to look 2 years
You get high
ago.
on the Bills every season.
2022, that was the what did you call them? Buffalo overrated.
The Buffalo overrated.
That is of the John bits. That's my favorite bit.
Buffalo overrated.
That year,
I agree.
Picked the Bills over the Packers. Rats. Who did I pick in 2020? I don't think I picked them in 2021.
You know what this is, Nick?
An intervention for Josh?
No. But you know how even to this day, the wife can't have cucumbers.
I picked them in 2021.
I know.
Over the Rams.
The cucumber.
Hey, I was half right.
She can't eat cucumbers because she still has the effects of COVID.
Mm-hmm.
This is the effect of
COVID-19.
deranged cowboy fan syndrome. Is you have a blind side to the Buffalo Bills.
You just need to find another bad team to like.
Crap, in 2020, we did some goofy thing where we picked the divisions every day. We didn't.
What?
Okay. Yeah, all that week, I finally found
we did a division by day.
Yeah. And then, so we finally got to it. Okay. 2020 is the last time that I did not pick the Bills to win the Super Bowl. I picked the Chiefs to beat the Seahawks. Oops.
Can we do that again this season? That sounds
you
like
didn't
a fun
even
bit.
have to. You weren't married to her then.
Nice, John. What was that, Nick?
Can we do that again this season?
You got her out of your
Sounds like a
life
fun
by
bit.
that
We picked the NFL champ every year.
Well, we only do half of it because I only did the AFC.
Nice.
Well, you only work on that.
2019, I had to pick the Chiefs. I picked the Chiefs over the Eagles. So the last, my prep sheets go all the way back to 2015. I don't know if I'll have the NFL stuff on there every year, but over the last, going back to at least 2018 or 19, I picked the Chiefs or the Bills to win every Super Bowl.
Interesting.
2018, I could not imagine I picked the Chiefs. I had the. You want to know who I had in 2018?
Oh.
Coming off of the AFC Championship game loss the year before the Patriots, I picked the Jaguars to defeat the Green Bay Packers. I was very much into Jacksonville because I thought they had a great defense. They had Ramsey on that defense.
Yeah, and then they ended up trading into the Rams.
It was 2018, Nick. It was a different time.
It was a very different time.
I'm Bills pilled again.
Tua was still
You don't say.
Tua was still getting beaten up by his dad at home.
Nice. You know, for the longest time, Chris Berman, and I know we're stepping all over the other topic. I apologize. Chris Berman used to pick Bills over 49ers. So
every year.
I'm the Chris Berman of 1620 The Zone.
Are
No
you
one
proud of
circles
that?
the wagons. I take his bank account. I take his bank account. I wouldn't take his hair. I don't want Berman's hair.
Well, it's because he's a middle-aged guy and he's gone bald.
Yeah, I don't want his hair.
I mean, it happens.
Is
to
he
all of us.
middle-aged anymore? He's 70 now. I think he's aged.
I think that's past middle age.
He's dropped the middle.
Dumb debates. When does middle age to end?
That's a great question.
Fair point.
Jordan says Nick couldn't drink in 2018.
Yeah, I could.
That was the first year.
That was my 21st birthday.
Nice. But when the Jaguars lost the AFC Championship game, you couldn't drink then because you were 20.
True.
Because it was in January.
I could not drink.
I was so bummed.
They were up by 10 points, Nick. Their defense was so good.
And then they
It would have been Jags Eagles.
choked it.
What a wild Super Bowl.
The Jeagles Super Bowl.
And then the freaking Vikings just
Oh, the
took a
Vikings
massive dump.
ruined everything. The Eagles wouldn't have a Super Bowl, but the Vikings decided to play like crap.
Yeah, they do that. They're really good at choking.
that was the week after the Minneapolis Miracle.
Miracle.
That was one of the coolest plays ever.
Yeah, it was.
I've heard
Watch
about
it
it.
with my parents. You
It
should
was
go watch
great.
the play, Nick. It's awesome.
Yes.
Dig, sideline, touchdown,
great.
unbelievable. The Vikings win it.
Mitch Sherman, we talked about this with Mitch. He had a tweet over the weekend because he was, Mitch was, tweeting things after the public practice. And he mentioned that, hey, Dylan Raiola looks sharp. To which someone responded, how does he compare to Jeff Sims at this time last year? And Mitch said, I can't tell if this is a serious question. But I think the point that the responder was trying to make.
Because, and real quick, there were a lot of people who were saying this to Mitch afterwards, like, whoa,
Yes.
whoa.
Right. Was, well, remember this time last year, it was all about Jeff Sims this and Jeff Sims that. Now, let's be fair. I don't think anybody last year was applying, and I don't want to say people are being unreasonable with Dylan, but I think the excitement for Dylan today, August 5, 2024, it's a different kind of excitement than existed for Jeff Sims August 5 of 2023. I think with Sims, it was a lot of projecting a lot of hope and maybe some trust. But listen, we all pointed out ad nauseum throughout the course of that offseason, hey, remember, this dude had some turnover issues. Can they fix those turnover issues? So it's not like there weren't warning signs to say that. Now, again, none of us were expecting the ultimate collapse.
Thank you. That's the thing. Like
that happened.
You guys didn't see this coming. You should have. No, come on. There's one thing to be turnover prone. If he would have been Tanner Lee last year, those numbers, bunch of pick sixes, we would have said, I'll sign up for that.
Mm-hmm.
The guy couldn't catch snaps.
No.
The guy melted down on the football field.
Correct.
Game after game after game. And that wasn't happening in practice.
No.
Enough people in the media and in the fan base in general know enough other people that go to practice. You know what I didn't hear any of? That. It's one thing to throw an interception. It's another to maybe struggle with decision making. The guy couldn't do basic football things out there on the football field. The lights, I think, were too bright for him. And Mitch has said, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I think he kind of said the same thing. And I think a lot of people would say the same thing. That's what's different about, there's a lot of things that are different.
Sure.
The guy wasn't a turnover machine in high school, whereas Jeff Sims was in high school.
So just for argument's sake, just to lean into what the responder to Mitch's tweet is alluding to. Do we have a blind spot for this team this year?
For this team?
Is there a trust issue that exists somewhere out there that we have overlooked? And I know I've asked this question basically in different ways over the last few shows, but it all stems back to last year because we obviously overlooked, even though we acknowledged it, I think we overlooked Jeff Sims' turnover problem.
Definitely.
Now,
but still,
again, we did not expect
worse.
the ultimate meltdown that we got. But is there a blind spot? Is there a trust issue that exists out there that maybe we need to be more cognizant of as we get closer to this?
Well, speaking of turnovers, Max writes, can I suggest that we're overlooking Satterfield's turnover issues as an OC? 2021, 24 turnovers at South Carolina, 122nd nationally. 2022, 27 turnovers, which was 126th. Last year, 31, dead last. What if that trend continues?
Can I offer this, though? I'm not saying you're necessarily wrong, but how are turnovers applicable to the offensive coordinator?
Yeah, that's a good question. Because it's not like the OC is calling plays that should.
I guess the only
the play design is so easy to anticipate, I guess.
Possibly,
but do we think that was the issue with the offense last year, that it was easy to anticipate, or was it because, again, the quarterbacks were bad? They kept turning the ball over.
You had quarterbacks that weren't ready for that job.
Yeah, not to look. I don't want
either mentally or just not being able to be prepared for the job. I don't want to pull away any responsibility from the offensive coordinator because ultimately they are responsible for the performance of the offense. But how do turnovers specifically relate back to, it's got to be the OC's fault?
Yeah, because I blame that on quarterback more than I blame it on the offensive coordinator.
I guess you could say it's their choice of who plays.
But again, they were rocking a hard place last year, man. Like, I don't know what more they could have done. Everyone that people wanted a chance had a chance. Sims played. He was bad. He got hurt. Harburg came in. Harburg then started turning the ball. I mean, he was always turning the ball over, but it really ramped up. People wanted to go back to Sims. They went back to Sims for a little bit. He then melted down again. And then after that, Chuba had an opportunity. And guess what? He was the same guy. Now, I guess maybe I just presented evidence that it was Satterfield's fault. I would say
could be.
It's a combination of who they inherited and the quarterback that they brought in. And they were like, you can blame them for that if you want to, putting the entire situation on Sims. Look, if Dylan Raiola, who, for all intents, I mean, really good turnover numbers in high school. If he turns into a turnover machine, I would definitely, hear that out. So I don't think it's a wrong thing to bring up. But I don't know if I am not willing to blame turnovers to that degree on the offensive coordinator. Though maybe I'm being incorrect because that's some really good data there that Max has for him as a coordinator.
But again, how much of that was based on the guys that they picked to play?
Yeah, I said it last year. I never liked the Satterfield hire. But I gave him grace because I thought the situation last year was what it was. The grace starts to disappear if the same issues continue to pop up with a 5-star quarterback. So this is a put up or shut up year to some degree. Certainly, 2025 will be.
And we know Josh can't be happy with both coordinators. He's got to pick on one.
Yeah, well,
poor Chins somewhere out there is still scraping off all the.
You mean fired Chins?
Yeah, it's all the soot from the fire.
Josh Peterson, correct. Should have read the Omaha World Herald headline when he got fired. Josh called this years ago, but not the Bills. Josh picks Bills again. Nick, here's a little Photoshop idea. It's the newspaper, Bills over such and such, Bills over Chiefs, but, they'll lose to the Chiefs, probably. Do you not know this reference to the newspaper, to the president of the United
Harry
States?
Truman.
Truman defeats Dewey.
Oh, Dewey defeats Truman.
You don't know about this?
I don't.
Look it up.
What do they teach Gen Z these days?
Well, if it didn't happen in their lifetime, it doesn't count.
No, the weird thing is, every history class I ever took growing up, we always stopped right before World War II. Or we got through World War II, then nothing else.
I'm surprised you didn't see this. It's quite the meme.
Nah.
We can teach you about it during the commercial break before we talk Indiana.
Don Fisher will join us next, and we will preview one of Nebraska's opponents in 25 teams. I'm sorry, 24 teams in 25.
Thank you. Good reminder, John.
1620 the zone.
Nick Grim for Circus Sports Iowa. Let's talk some baseball. Tonight, the Phillies play the Dodgers in L.A. The tight moneyline split that Circus Sports Iowa provides for that game has the Phillies at plus 117 to beat the Dodgers. Now, I know you're probably wondering why I'm choosing to highlight this random-ass game tonight. That, my friends, is because these are two exciting teams with some very fun props. For example, Shohei Ohtani is plus 195 to hit a home run. Kyle Schwarber, plus 300 to homer. There are, of course, the usual picks you can choose from. The run total for this game is 7.5, by the way. But if you'd rather play along with the game, then the in-game lines are for you. They make you feel like you're in the middle of all the action as it all unfolds. And I know I say this a lot, but the fact that they find you these great lines, they don't keep as much money on the large market bets, and they don't limit your account and punish you for winning a lot, Circus Sports Iowa really is the sportsbook for you if you're ready to stop playing around with the other guys and lock in to something a little more serious anywhere in the state of Iowa. Go ahead and download Circus Sports Iowa today. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
countdown is on.
Jackson will give Lucas around the right side. Lucas catches the corner with a burst of speed. Touchdown, Hoosiers. Play action. They can find their best matchup. Instead, an interception. Indiana with their second takeaway of the game. And a net scored out in front. And inside the 5-yard line is where that return ends for Lewis Moore.
Badgers get the ball first, begin the second half to the end zone. It's hauled in with one hand by McCulley. Touchdown, Indiana.
Hunter Butler in there to pass. That's intercepted off of the tip ball. Behind his receiver, and Lewis Moore breaks to the outside, seeking a pick six, and he's home for a defensive touchdown.
It's time for 25 teams in 25 Grums.
Now, we said we were only going to have one of our 25 slots for a group of 5 team, but technically you could almost feel like this is a review of 2023 James Madison
Certainly.
football, because the head coach and many of their good players are now going to be at Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the advantage of having the transfer portal in a day and age where you go out and get one of the hot young coaches in college football, Curt Cignetti, and the voice of the Hoosiers, Don Fisher, gets to enjoy all of it this season from the broadcast booth. He joins us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. Don, good afternoon.
Hi, guys. How are you?
Good.
Doing fantastic. Cignetti, another in the long line of coaches that are going to try to make Indiana football a winner. In your years there, seeing all the different names and faces that have come through, is there something that stands out that differentiates him from some of the others?
Well, I think the thing that probably intrigues me most of all is the fact that he's 63 years old or 62 years old at this point.
Yeah.
So he's not a young guy. He has gone through the trenches as an assistant coach for many years. Then he took over a smaller type school in Indiana University, Pennsylvania for several years. Then he went to Elon for a couple. He was also at James Madison, as you guys know, for the last 5 years. Every place he's been, he has won. He's never had a losing season in his life as a head coach. 13 seasons in which he's won and probably won conference championships about 8 times now out of those 13 years. 5 of those in a row at James Madison, where he came from and ranked 25th in the country last year and got him to a bowl game, which he did not coach in. This guy has gone through the wars. He knows what he's doing. He is as organized as any coach that I've ever seen at Indiana. And I don't think there's any doubt a lot of his coaching background comes from Nick Saban at Alabama, because he was on his first staff there for 4 years, and he learned a ton, and that's when he got his first head coaching job, and he's never had a losing season since. So that tells you a little bit about Curt Cignetti and what I think. And I went to 10 of his 13 practices this spring, and I've been to 4 of his practices so far here to start the fall. And he has not disappointed me with any of them, because his organization is just phenomenal.
Don, looking at the offensive side of the ball, I read quite a few stories earlier today, and a through line of all of these is the wide receiver room, whether it's some of the returning players and certainly some of the guys out of the portal. It seems like some folks around the program are really bullish on this group. How good can the wide receivers be this season?
Well, they've got a lot of talent there. Donovan McCulley, of course, is the one guy that stayed, one of a few guys that stayed around after Cignetti was announced as the head coach. And he actually was going someplace else. I think Michigan had recruited him pretty heavily, and a couple of other Big Ten schools. He decided to stay. And of course, he's the bell cow as far as the wide receiving core is concerned. But he brought in a whole bunch of receivers from all over the country from the portal. And this group looks to be the strongest position group on the ball club. There's no question about that. You watch these guys practice, and you can tell that these guys are all pretty special. And they have brought more speed to that position than we've had in some time in Indiana. And they've got 4 or 5 guys that right now they think all of these guys are going to play. So that tells you something about that group. But the other guys that he brought in that have depth in a position group are the running backs. And that's one position that Indiana last year had a couple of pretty good players in, but nobody that stood out throughout the season. It was mix and match. And in this particular offense, I think he's going to utilize maybe 4 different players at the running back spot. They will rotate these guys in and out. They all look about the same. There are guys that played at Wake Forest and North Carolina, and obviously at James Madison as well. And all of these guys look like they could be starters on most Big Ten teams. So they've got 2 rooms there, 2 position groups there that I think are really going to help this offense. They've got a quarterback and a kid named Curtis Rourke who came in from Ohio University, MAC Player of the Year a couple of years ago, had an injury problem last year, but still led him to a big winning season at Ohio University. He has looked the part as being the number 1 guy. Taven Jackson, who started last year at the beginning of the season, then was replaced by another redshirt freshman. Both those guys were redshirt freshmen last year, and that was part of the problem at quarterback because they just didn't have a guy that had the experience back there. But Taven has looked better, but this Rourke kid looks like he's probably going to be the guy because he's the 5th-year senior, and he's been through the wars in the MAC conference. He looks very good as an accurate thrower. Probably doesn't have the same mobility as Jackson does, but right now those 2 guys are running 1 and 2, and obviously Cignetti is not announced who the quarterback or starting quarterback will be in game 1, but my gut is it'll be Rourke.
Don Fisher, the voice of the Hoosiers, joining us. Indiana's in 25 teams in 25 days. A little bit more on Rourke. This is a guy, and you mentioned it last year, some injury issues, so that's why the touchdown numbers, the yardage numbers weren't as high. But he still was a 64% passer. When Cignetti and when they went out into the portal to try to find somebody that was going to fit this offense, do you think they got the right puzzle piece for exactly what they want to do offensively?
I think they did, and because one of the things about this offense and I've noticed this a lot. They've got a short passing game. It's not just down the field, but they'll throw it down the field because Rourke's got an arm to do that. Jackson does as well, but they're going to dink you a little bit. And all of these running back or these wide receivers or the running backs, all of them are good receivers. These guys could all catch the football, and once they get it in their hands, there is speed there to get it down the field. So I think Rourke is absolutely the right guy at this point in time. He's got this 1 year of eligibility left. He wants to prove that he can make it in the NFL, just like all these guys think. But I think he's got a chance. He's 6'5", 222. And he is mobile. I just wouldn't say that he's the fastest guy in the world, but he is mobile and he knows what he's doing out there. That experience level is really, really good.
Don, other side of the ball, I know that there are quite a few players that either missed, parts or all of spring ball that are back from injury. Which of these healthy additions are going to be most impactful on that side of the ball?
Well, I think one of the guys that may be a major factor is a guy that was last year a linebacker at Indiana. His name was Jacob Mangum-Farrar. He was a transfer from Texas, or from Stanford, I should say, at one point, and played for Indiana at linebacker last year, but they beat him up to 252 pounds at 6'5", and he's been playing like an outside linebacker or a defensive end position to rush the quarterback. And he has looked really good at doing it. He has really adjusted to the position change. I don't think there's much question about that. They are really high on him at this point. I think the other guy that will probably be a factor is Mikhail Kamara. He comes from James Madison, and a lot of these James Madison guys will play. There's no question about that. They know the system. They've been there. They've helped build this culture at Indiana that's just different than I've seen in a long, long time. But Kamara is 6'1", 268, has great speed, and he was a key for James Madison last year at the other defensive end spot. So I think they've got some talent there. The biggest question mark in this ball club will be in the defensive line and will be at the safety position. Those are the guys that right now they're trying to figure out. They've got guys that are back there that are talented kids and guys that could play the position, but the experience level is just not what it is like it is on the offensive side of the football. And that's the other thing, too, about the offense. The offensive line is coached by Bob Bostad, who was the line coach of Wisconsin a couple of years ago, came to Indiana last season, and immediately you could see a change in how this offensive line went about their business. And there's no question these guys have all gotten better. They kept up a couple of key players, Mike Kadick at center, and Carter Smith at one of the tackle positions. And then they brought in a couple of other players from James Madison that will play in the offensive line as well. Kidwell is really a good player there at a guard spot. And so the offensive line is no longer the weakest part of the offense. They actually have improved pretty dramatically.
So, Don, let's grind it down to the bare nub here and get to the bottom of the meat of the matter. I'm mixing up my metaphors. I'm not even sure where I was going with this. But bottom line this for me. Expectations. You mentioned Cignetti. He's not a loser. He's not a guy that knows how to lose. Are the expectations to get to 7 wins at least, or at least, for the very least, get to the bowl game this year?
That's exactly my prediction. They will be 7-5 or better. I think that this team has got a chance to be that good with a schedule that favors Indiana. They've got 8 home games this year, so that helps a lot. They're going to UCLA for one of their road trips, and obviously that's a long way from Indiana. But at the same time, it's going to be, they also have Washington, the Pac-12 or Pac-10, and so those 2 teams are the teams they'll face. But they face Washington home and UCLA on the road, and they get UCLA in the 3rd game of the season. They're under a new coach and a new system and all that kind of thing. I just think they're in a spot this year, schedule-wise, that favors them for a change, which oftentimes has not been the case.
Don Fisher, voice of Indiana football. Don, we hope you have an enjoyable season, and we'll see you in a few weeks when Indiana comes to Lincoln.
All right, man. Appreciate you having me.
You bet.
Thank you, Don.
Don Fisher joining us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. So as we take a look.
7-5. Whew.
As we take a look at the schedule, and I misspoke, we're actually going there. I got the Purdue game, right? Nebraska's going to
Bloomington. It's the
Yeah, I got the Purdue and the Indiana games mixed up.
Yeah.
But Nebraska will be there in week 8. But when you look at how things line up,
5.5 is their win total, by the way, in Vegas.
And it also is the win total from K Ford.
Mm-hmm.
When you look at the front half of the schedule, couple of, dare I say, winnable games.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, FIU, Western Illinois.
I think, well, if Don's prediction is going to come true, they have to win at least 4 of those first 6.
Yeah, you talking about after those 2,
After
UCLA,
that,
Charlotte.
UCLA, Charlotte, Maryland, and Northwestern.
Yeah, that's going to be tough, man. Nebraska, Washington, Michigan State, Michigan, Ohio State, Purdue. That, I don't know. It's a lot. It's a lot of players coming up from the lower level.
Mm-hmm.
I think that it's hard to build an entire roster out of the portal. I think it's even harder when you're Indiana. It's interesting how how Cignetti is talking about this team.
Mm-hmm.
Bullish isn't even the word that I would use to describe it. It goes beyond bullishness. Very interesting that win total is 5.5, and you see the percentage chances from K Ford. 27% chance that they win 5 games, 25% chance that they win 6, 18% that they win 4. You combine those, that's 70% chance right there. And so it's going to come down to, it's like Northwestern on the road, 42% chance according to K Ford. UCLA 28%, Nebraska 31%, Michigan State 45%. Like Purdue, literally 50%. It's going to come down to those swing games. And if they're able to get any of those, or if they don't, then they're looking at like a 3-9, 4-8.
Honestly, if I look at this further, I think they need to win 5 of those first 6 games if they're going to get to 7.
Yeah.
Because, Nebraska. Now,
Washington is such a wild card this year. They're also replacing a lot of people.
So they could, that's a home game for Indiana, so that's certainly possible. Michigan State, not going to be great.
No.
You do get the rival Purdue at home, but it is a rivalry game.
Mm-hmm.
I won't rule out 6 wins. I won't rule out 6 wins for this team, but man, 7 is going to be really tough. If those JMU guys do adapt well to this level, because those are some good players they brought over. If they do adapt well to this level, then Indiana is going to be real dangerous. Either way, they're going to catch Nebraska off a bye. Indiana will be coming.
They will be coming off of one, whereas Nebraska will too. That's that one time this year. Well, I guess the other time too. Remember where Nebraska is off the week before, but the team is also off the week before, so they don't get the rest advantage. Same with the USC game later in the year. But that's the 7th game. That's the last game in the stretch of games, the Indiana game is, the long runway, if you will, right before Ohio State for Nebraska.
And that's one of the rare times Indiana does have an advantage because remember, Indiana was minus 15 on our net rest study that we did a few weeks
But yeah,
ago.
so Nebraska doesn't gain anything. Like the 2 times that they're off this year, the team that they play also is off the week before this year. Yeah, I'm going to go sub 500 for them. Signetti, either he knows something that I don't, or it's going to be growing pains. I'm going to bet on growing pains.
I think they'll get 6.
Yeah,
because I don't think UCLA is going to be good.
They're in LA.
Northwestern gettable.
Maryland's going to be tough. See, it's like all the tough games are at home, which is a positive, but
I think, because
except for Ohio State,
I think they get to 6.
All right, I'll go sub 5.
I think they get to 6.
Sub 500.
Just barely. Just barely. By the skin of their teeth.
Tomorrow, Utah, one of the favorites to win the Big 12 Conference in 2024.
And a team that did very well in the mega simulation. They went 11-1. Coming up, it's time for content, some Olympic stuff, some football stuff.
You know what else we still have?
No.
Hot D.
We do have Hot D.
Here, let's do this, John. Just go out there and spin your wheels. Just spin them for an hour and 15 minutes.
I might have a controversial take.
Oh, Lord. Can't wait for that.
Uh-huh.
And I'm guessing, look, Morgan Wallen's name shows up in content, so we'll definitely have controversy.
Is it that he's quitting music and he realized that he sucks?
No.
That would be quite the content question. I'd be very interested as to what happened.
Next on 1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
All right, Nick, what do we have in content?
NBC reportedly fixed the call of the exciting men's 100-meter final in which the announcers gave the win to Kishane
Right?
Thompson of Jamaica. Is this network who already is using fake Al Michaels voiceovers trying too hard?
Yes.
Now, do you know what they did? Do you need me to explain it?
Well, no, I know Lee
Okay.
Diffie was the announcer. He's NBC's IndyCar guy. He does a lot of the running
He does,
stuff.
he does the track and field stuff.
What was surprising to me was just how confident he was.
Dude, I know.
Because, I mean, as a guy who has called many close IndyCar races, I would think, it must be
It's
a
a photo finish.
So, I don't know. They don't have sensors on them, right?
They do, but you can't get that information immediately. And plus, it's about your it's about your head. Because that's Lyle's one because his head dipped over the line.
I thought it was a torso thing.
Yeah, your head's a part of your torso.
Oh.
It's like it's this and up.
Okay.
But
So-
not your hands.
But
or
not your
arms.
hands, not your feet.
Not your
it's
feet.
it's torso.
So
and
that's
above.
the thing that surprised me. But it's sad that they fixed it because if anything else, it kind of added the mistake actually added to the drama.
So, but
because
they-
you're watching the other participants, and then all of a sudden Lyle starts celebrating. It's like, oh, wait a minute.
So they still kept that in. He still said the wrong person won. What they edited out was like this pause. They edited out some time between, because I think what happened was they waited, and then Lyle starts lifting up his USA bib, and they still aren't saying what's happened. So they shifted that audio up. So they still got it wrong in the
Okay.
call.
All right.
So I didn't have an issue with that because it'd be one thing to totally be like, oh, and Noah Lyles wins. And it's like, we all watched it on NBC a few hours earlier. So they time shifted some stuff. So
I'm just really surprised.
I couldn't believe that
they were that confident because there's no way with the naked eye you can tell.
Yeah, I when watching live, I thought, wow, he must have seen something that I didn't because I just want to see the replays and the photo
Right.
finish.
The ACC keeps celebrating Olympians from new teams in their league. Does this bother you at all?
So the first time I saw this was Katie Ledecky. The ACC had a tweet about her, congratulations on winning something. She went to Stanford, and I thought, wow, that's pretty stupid. But I came to find out the Pac-12 is not celebrating these athletes at all. They are not celebrating athletes from Stanford or Arizona State or Arizona or anybody.
They don't even exist anymore, technically.
So they have been celebrating Washington State and Oregon
Oh.
State. So I get it. I think it's stupid, just like I think the Big Ten Network airing Big Ten Classics and it's
Yeah.
Nebraska versus Colorado in 1994 is stupid. But I guess I will understand. I will offer them some grace, given that the Pac-12 is not celebrating them and they wanted someone to be. That said, it's not like people aren't celebrating Katie Ledecky. A lot of people are celebrating.
This is all silliness. It amplifies the ridiculousness of all of these conference changes. That's all it is.
By the way, Eric and Fremont points out it's absolutely his chest and not his head. My bad. I thought it was torso and up. So it's like Nick, like you said, it was his chest.
Puka Nacua is the latest Ram to join the week-to-week club, suffering an apparent knee injury in training camp. Already 3/5 of the projected starting offensive line are out, and cornerback Darius Williams is dealing with a hamstring. John, does this damper your hopes for this season?
Can't help but say yes.
Oh, interesting.
This is ridiculous. Everyone's getting hurt. What's going on? Unless maybe they're just playing coy because that's what the smart coaches like Sean McVay do. But they've changed all their
That's why
vernacular.
CeeDee
It's
Lamb's
no
out right
longer
now.
it's no longer day to day.
I'm
It's
sure
now
you're
everything's
really
week
sad
to
about
week.
that.
You'll be fine. Your offense is going to be fine. Defense, maybe not so much.
Only if we get all these people back.
Well, I am rooting for that, so you can be happy.
No, you're not.
Are our teams playing this year? I don't think we're playing this year, are we? Be tough for you to deal with another loss in the regular season. Maybe we'll have it in the playoffs this year.
Are our teams playing each other this season?
People forget we own your ass in the playoffs.
Own
your ass. Of course, everyone owns Dallas's ass in the playoffs. Am I right?
Damn it.
Baylor's football Twitter account made waves on Friday afternoon for sending out a picture of coaches with shirts that said, "We pay players." It's legal now. Do we care about these shirts?
No, it is legal. What are we bragging about? Nick, you should wear a shirt that says, "I put guests on the air."
I do.
That's what they're doing. Me, I talk into a microphone.
Yeah, I don't understand this. Why are we bragging about something that everybody can do?
Yeah. It's a weird place. Waco. There's a lot of weirdness down there in Waco over the years. People forget.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Remember Waco?
Yeah.
The White Sox were swept over the weekend, losing all 3 games by a combined 18 runs. They travel out to Oakland to take on the A's. Does their losing streak finally end in this series? By the way, tonight's game, it's on MLB Network.
Well, the update. The 24 White Sox are now 3 games behind the pace of the 62 Mets.
And where were they at when we talked to Farron last week?
I think it was 2 games back. So
okay,
they lost another game.
The Mets were really struggling.
The Mets are really bad, which is why this is a fun comparison.
Yeah.
They better lose to Oakland because I know they're going to drop. The Cubs are going to drop at least 1 game to the White Sox.
Wow, that's a negative boy right there, John.
I mean, it's the Cubs. This is what they do.
But it's the White Sox. This is what they do. They have 87 losses.
But it's okay if your team does lose to the White Sox.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Nick,
it is not okay.
If you lose to them, it's like someone took the doo-doo and rubbed it on you.
Yeah.
You then are the doo-doo as well.
Yeah.
But
it's almost
fine.
more embarrassing. Losing to the White Sox is almost as embarrassing as being the White Sox. Dare I say it actually might be more embarrassing.
No, trust me.
Nope.
I'll ask that of Farron tomorrow. Farron, what's more embarrassing? The White Sox are losing to them.
Congrats to the White Sox. They're going to get at least 1 win this week.
At least a share.
First, it was the Raiders making a puppet of Patrick Mahomes. Now the NFL Top 100 ranked him 4th behind Tyreek Hill, Lamar Jackson, and Christian McCaffrey. Should we expect the 3-time champ to play even angrier?
Oh,
this
he'll be talking even. Oh, I'm even more like Kermit.
He's gonna do that thing where he's just like flapping around.
Look, I mean, he can be as angry as he wants. The Bills and the Chargers. People forget the Chargers will win the AFC West this year.
Okay, pick a team. Chargers or Bills?
Bills can't win the AFC West, Nick. They're in the AFC East.
Just pick a other team that's not your team. You're starting to sound a little shaney.
The Chargers aren't my team. What are you talking
They sure
about?
sound like
Wait,
it.
so
You
I have to
should
pick another
celebrate
team
their
in the AFC to be
success.
better than the Chiefs? Is that what I'm doing?
just saying pick a team. Just a team.
I have a team. They're called the Cowboys, and they make me sad.
Then you can't ever talk about the Bills or the Chargers again.
That's not how the show works, Nick. We talk about
We would
all
much
the
rather
teams.
have him talking about the Bills and the Chargers than his corrupt franchise.
12 wins in each of the last 3 seasons. The 12-win boys.
Boys, stop me if you've heard this, but there was news coming out of a Morgan Wallen concert. Friday night at Arrowhead. First, Wallen walked out onto the stage with a number 7 jersey. The same number as outspoken kicker Harrison Butker.
Who's a very rich man today.
Then, a man was arrested for terroristic threats made against Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce, who were at the concert supporting Wallen. Please give us your response to these items without disrespecting the Chiefs.
Okay, so they showed a video, because he does his own little tunnel walk, and he's got his boys Patrick and Travis with him. He's wearing the 7 jersey, and so it's like, it's Harrison Butker, right? But it was a personalized jersey. He had the 7, but he had his name on the back.
Okay.
So now there's a dispute. Was he actually doing this for who gives a crap? But what is
was
going
wild.
on, Kansas City, that there
Don't
are
disrespect.
people coming to your town, or maybe they're people that already live in your town, who are making threats against the 2 best players on the team?
So they did this. The terroristic threats happened at the concert?
Yeah. They arrested the dude at the
It's like,
concert.
what did he do? Do you know?
I believe there were threats to shoot them.
What? What the hell? Let's see. Please give your response to these items without disrespecting the Chiefs.
Or Harrison Butker. Or Morgan Wallen.
At least none of the players said the N-word. Like remember the Eagles guy? Remember that? That was a long time ago.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah. There you go. That's all I got, Nick.
Ohio State AD Ross Bjork says everything is on the table in terms of generating revenue in order to start paying players. That includes the naming rights to Ohio Stadium. Do you see a day where some of the most iconic venues in college football have corporate names? Who might be the first to do it?
Definitely. Who might be the first? I don't know. I'm honestly surprised that a lot of these schools haven't done this sooner. It's an easy way to get a lot of money. And going back to what we talked about earlier, Twitter and X, people will still call it Memorial Stadium. Fans will call it what they want to call it. Broadcasters will call it differently. Creighton fans still call it the Quest Center, So,
which is a corporate name.
Let's see. Who is the Florida State? Florida State will do it. I think Nebraska's going to do it.
Well, certainly could be from one of those types of programs. I could see an LSU doing it. I could see an SEC school doing it.
Yeah.
Listen, I don't rule out the possibility that Memorial Stadium won't have a corporate name on it.
This is better than the midfield logo thing, than a giant Runza on the logo at midfield. This is way better than that. It's just a name.
Sadly, both things could come together. They could name it Runza Stadium and put the runs at the 50-yard line.
That'd be stupid. Runza Field at Runza Stadium?
It'd be Burger King Field at Runza Stadium. Sad Husker fan says Chiefs gonna three-peat. Nah. It's never happened
Direct
before.
all of your hate mail, Chiefs fans, to Josh at 1620thezone.com. He is the one disrespecting the Chiefs, not I.
Direct your correct mail.
Do you think Morgan Wallen did the chop?
Yes.
I do too.
They all do it in Kansas City.
Doesn't make it right, though, John.
Good.
I didn't say right or wrong. I'm just saying
a large group of people did a lot of the
did
same things in a certain time of history,
I'm just
John.
saying they all did that there.
Over.
So
Designated
of all
Hitler.
the potentially controversial things Mr. Wallen could have done down there, that's probably the least controversial if you're in Kansas.
I mean, I was just asking because it would be extremely on brand, not necessarily.
Speaking of controversial,
Heyo.
Should we talk about the finale?
We should.
I don't even think it's controversial. I just think it's
Well,
boring.
someone's going to have a weird take.
I've got a take.
Well, I guess Rhaenyra shouldn't have done the tomahawk chop. 1620 the zone.
I want to hear weird take Nick.
Yeah, so basically
Nothing happened.
Last night went out with a dud.
Dude,
I mean, it was a nice cliffhanger in
Sure.
that, all the different armies and everyone's getting poised for war.
And it had a mud fight for some reason.
Yeah.
Dude,
anyway.
I'm realizing late in the episode, I'm like, we're running out of time. Because for the whole time, I'm like, we're gonna have a bit crazy battle, and then I realized we're not gonna have a crazy battle. Nick, what you loved the episode?
I didn't love the episode.
Oh.
I thought it was a bad finale episode, but what I liked is that it finally justified those 8 episodes of Damon having an acid trip.
Yeah,
I think they could have shortened the acid trip. But all of that, he had to take those paths just to get to the point where he was comfortable bending the knee to his niece wife.
Couldn't skip. We couldn't have done it in like 3 episodes instead.
I think we could have.
2 episodes.
So I think it could have
7 episodes.
I think it could have, but I think that it also was important that it lasted as long as it did, because the kind of person that Damon was.
We didn't need 18 straight episodes of Tony Soprano having his fever dreams to realize what was in his mind.
Yeah, it was only 1 episode of Kevin Finnerty.
Right. There could have been less, but I didn't hate the fever dream as much after that.
Just, we talked about it 4 weeks ago. That episode was awesome. And it was like, wow, this show can be so good. And it just really feels like I liked episodes 3 and 4 a whole lot. It just, I don't know, man. It's stalling.
The season actually got off to a decent start. Remember?
Season got off to a really good start.
And then they just ran out of gas.
Yeah, they really did. And I don't. Is it budgetary? I try to pull back sometimes and think about a story like this with all the money they have to spend on the Dragons, and what that means. And it's it's going to lead to something big, of course. Like I know that, but it's just a bummer. Again, when I'm realizing last night, oh wow, we're just not going to have anything. The king is suddenly gone. He's sneaking away. The meeting that they had at the end between Rhaenyra and Alicent, like that was interesting. Again, second time they met this season, right? Was very good. But
Aaron finally confronted the sea snake, his dad.
Yeah,
that was a really good performance. There was a lot of really cool parts in this episode.
Yeah,
but again, I just you've got that, and you've got the girl who was pursuing her dragon. I was thinking about this the other day. The thing that made the original episode so good was you had all these different sidebar stories, and you were engaged in all of them, whether it was Arya's journey or
Tyrion
or all these, and you were engaged in all of them.
Jon Snow.
But some of these are just like popping up out of nowhere, and it's like I have no emotional investment in any of these characters.
Again, the whole mud wrestling, like that whole storyline.
We wasted 15 minutes on that.
It's a long,
Who cares?
long time.
Also, why is Otto Hightower in a cell?
Thank you. I was wondering the same thing because I'm realizing, like, oh man, we haven't seen him in a while. I've been thinking that for the last 2 or 3 episodes.
I thought he went back to Old Town.
I thought he would show up again in the finale. I did not expect that to happen. So, yeah.
Also, Alicent is just cool with her son getting killed.
Well,
yeah,
she should have offered up the other one. Hey, you can take the one-eyed kid. Remember the kid that tried to kill your kid? All right, coming up tomorrow, Husker expert Mike Farron, Brunts, Utah, and Sipple.
Don't forget about Mitch.
And Mitch.
Max says, great show today, guys. Max, thank you.
Bye.
Bye.